Okay, can I just check you can hear me at the back? Just wave your hands. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for getting up early on a Saturday morning and coming to King's. Welcome to King's College London. Welcome to our Strand campus, and welcome to our Arts and Sciences undergraduate open day. It's great to see so many people here. My name's Steve Large. I'm one of 3 senior vice presidents at the university. I'm responsible for operations. I'm also a member of the University Council and a fellow of the college. During the next 30 minutes, we're going to introduce the university, talk you through the range of courses and programs available. We'll talk a bit about some of our research and, importantly, what to expect as a King's undergraduate student. But first, we're going to hear from our Vice-Chancellor, Professor Kshitij Kapoor. He really wanted to be here today. Unfortunately, other engagements meant he wasn't able to. But I can assure you our Vice-Chancellor is very visible on campus. If you come to King's as a student, you will see Kshitij walking around the campus. Do stop him. He loves talking to our students. Hopefully, you'll get to meet him virtually now. You can't hear him. Let me just pause that. Let me see. I want to turn to my AV colleagues. We think it's working. Let's start again. Apologies for that.
My colleagues will introduce you to...
We'll need to be louder, I'm afraid.
...through our range of courses and our ongoing research.
Let's try it again. Here we go. Apologies.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our Arts and Sciences Open Day at Strand campus. During the next 30 minutes, my colleagues will introduce you to King's, taking you through our range of courses and our ongoing research and what to expect as a King's undergraduate student. King's College London is one of England's oldest and most prestigious universities, founded by King George IV and the Duke of Wellington in 1829. Since our foundation, what has defined and distinguished King's is its ethos of using knowledge with a sense of purpose. We're not just about knowledge for knowledge's sake. We firmly believe that knowledge is a force for good, and it is our job to show you how we can use it to make the world a better place. And we invite you to be a part of this adventure. At King's, we strive for every student to achieve their potential, enabled by world-class, research-enhanced teaching. We support our students in becoming rounded critical thinkers with the character and wisdom to make a difference in the world around them. Our ethos is of knowledge with a purpose, and that means that learning at King's is not just about lectures and exams, but it's about engaging with the larger world around you. Our task is not just to give you a degree. Our job is to help you find your purpose and your passion, to help you form friendships that will last a lifetime, and to help you explore the world beyond the classroom. Whether that's getting involved in student societies, whether it's carrying out research in the labs or in field work, whether it's starting your own entrepreneurial journey through our Entrepreneurship Institute, whether it's volunteering with local charities or community groups, or discovering your leadership potential through our Civic Leadership Academy. Thousands of students, just like you, have come to King's and found their future, from reformers like the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu, to distinguished scientists like Professor Dame Nancy Rothwell, from poets like John Keats to Olympians like Dina Asher-Smith. I hope that you too will follow their paths. Our community of communities at King's is proudly international and cosmopolitan, with nearly 40% of our students and academic staff coming from all different parts of the world. Like London itself, King's is a global melting pot of minds and talent. I hope you find your visit to King's inspirational and insightful, and I encourage you to make the most of your open day by speaking to as many people as possible, from your future tutors in the subject hubs to the current students who are ready to take you out on a tour, and don't miss the baristas serving you your coffee at one of our cafes. We have a multitude of different talks to attend, which you can browse using your Open Day app. Please don't say goodbye without having all of your questions answered. And don't forget to take some time to explore the City of London that's right on our doorstep. Thank you and enjoy your time exploring King's.
Great. Let me just tell you a bit more about King's and our location in London. So as Kshitij has said, we were established in 1829. King's is the fourth oldest university in England, the largest European centre for graduate medical teaching and biomedical research, and home to the oldest nursing school in the world, the Florence Nightingale School of Nursing, Midwifery and Palliative Care. King's is a large and diverse community of over 40,000 students, including more than 26,000 undergraduates. As Kshitij said, we are proudly international and cosmopolitan. We reflect our place in London. We reflect our place in the world. Over 40% of students and academic staff come from overseas. Our 5 campuses are in the very heart of London, which has been rated the #1 student city in the world for 5 years in a row. So today you're at our Strand campus to orientate you. That's numbers 1 and 2 on the map. And we're just north of Waterloo Bridge, right in the heart of London's cultural centre, legal centre, and political centre as well. This campus is home to our humanities, our science, some of our sciences, our social sciences, business and law, so including subjects like physics, religion, music, and many more. The Strand campus is also home to the King's Language Centre, where you can learn a language alongside your studies, and I strongly encourage you to explore all the opportunities that are available to you if you do decide to come to King's. So that's our Strand campus. Our second major campus is our Guy's campus. So just to orientate you again, if you can see it on your far right, is our Guy's campus, literally in the shadow of the Shard and London Bridge. Here, many of our health and life sciences students are based for their classes. Depending on your course of interest, you may also study at our St Thomas's campus, which is number 15 on the map, which is in walking distance of the South Bank, but also north into Westminster. It's just a short walk over Westminster Bridge. Or our Waterloo campus, which is at number 10, which is also a short walk along from this campus here at the Strand. So 4 of our campuses are very close and easily connected, very walkable. We also have a campus at Denmark Hill for some of our psychology, psychiatry and neuroscience programs, mostly at postgraduate level, which is slightly further south. It's based in Camberwell, but it's still relatively easy to get to. By being a city university, so centrally located, you'll have the opportunity to discover all that London has to offer, both for your academic and career progression, as well as the excitement of the extracurricular opportunities London has to offer. At King's, we strive, let me pull all these up, that's better. At King's, we strive for every student to achieve their potential, enabled by genuinely world-class research, enhanced teaching across every course. King's has been ranked 6th in the UK for graduate employability in the Times Higher Education Rankings, the most recent rankings. A degree from King's will prepare you for successful careers in competitive job markets in whatever field you choose to go into. Graduates from our health and life science courses, for example, have embarked on careers within the NHS, within big pharmaceutical companies like AstraZeneca, within multiple research institutes, both at home and abroad, but also in the cultural industries like the Science Museum in London, but also in policy and government-related work, both in the UK and abroad in international organisations. We support our students in becoming rounded critical thinkers with the character and wisdom to make a difference to the world around them. Through the highest quality disciplinary research and interdisciplinary collaborations, our students and staff develop insights and solutions to tackle the many and diverse challenges faced around the globe. In today's competitive global market, we recognise you need more than a strong academic qualification to achieve your potential as a graduate. At King's, we're dedicated to ensuring our graduates are highly employable. We're among the best universities in the world for the employability of our students, ranked the 14th most targeted university by UK employers. We encourage independent critical thinking and analysis, and rather than teaching you to pass exams, we assess you on skills that employers value, such as how to work as part of a team, creative problem solving, and communications and engagement. Thanks to our long-established relationships with business and industry, we have relationships with graduate recruiters from major multinationals to local SMEs, advertising job opportunities with us, attending our careers fairs, hosting workshops, and delivering online presentations. Indeed, our location in London enables us to bring in many practitioners in many fields, whether it's legal, whether it's healthcare, whatever it happens to be, or colleagues from alumni from the City of London into our business and law schools as well. So you get to meet practitioners as well as academic experts in your undergraduate programs. So we provide our students with an access to a range of individuals, a range of career development opportunities during their time here and after you graduate and leave. Our Careers and Employability Service provide guidance and support to all students, including advice on CVs and interview techniques, guidance on career options, skills development workshops, internships and part-time work support, and much, much more. Students also have the opportunity to boost their employability with the Entrepreneurship Institute's Summer Internship Programme, funded by Santander. The part-time roles provide students with a chance to develop their entrepreneurial skills within sectors including sustainability, health tech, and community tech, with roles ranging from marketing and communications through to business strategy, research, and community engagement. And for those of you who are more entrepreneurially minded, we do a fantastic version of Dragon's Den, which is fantastic to hear the brilliant ideas our undergraduate students have, and the best idea gets supported by the university, and we encourage them to take that idea to market. Research. Research at King's continues to make a defining contribution to modern life in science, healthcare, education, social sciences, law, and the humanities. For example, it's on this very campus, in fact just over the road on our historic Strand campus, the famous Photo 51 was taken by Rosalind Franklin, which captured the double helix structure, which led to the discovery of DNA. So we have a long and proud history of research at King's. King's is a member of the Russell Group, a collection of 24 research-intensive UK universities. As part of the collective group, King's receives funding to pioneer research and discoveries, which informs the most up-to-date case studies in our teaching. King's education is based on research-enhanced learning. We achieve this in two ways. Firstly, your teachers are also our researchers, bringing the latest knowledge into the curriculum. Secondly, our students carry out independent research throughout their studies. Our research is connected with real-world issues, and this is made explicit to learners through how we educate. A more recent example of our cutting-edge research includes our work in understanding human behaviour in times of crisis. There's been a few of those, regrettably, recently. Over the past decade, King's researchers have been informing the UK government and local authorities in developing policy and contingency plans to prepare the country in handling major national incidents and emergencies, such as flooding, terrorism and disease outbreaks. The Health Protection Research Unit in Emergency Preparedness and Response was set up at King's to increase our understanding of how people react in crisis. Through its work, the unit has informed national contingency planning, effective public communication, and the incorporation of mental health impacts. King's researchers have become go-to advisors for when such events occur. Serving the needs of society. Alongside world-class research and teaching, at King's, our aim is to make the world a better place through our community of staff, students, and alumni. King's has been ranked 5th in the UK and Europe and top 25 in the world by Times Higher Education for our social, environmental, and economic impact, which is demonstrated through many initiatives across our community. We have our Sanctuary programme. Our university was particularly recognised for our work with local, national and international partners. For example, King's College London established the Sanctuary programme to work with refugees globally. This is a college-wide initiative in which students play an important role. Additionally, it forms part of our international action and contribution to Vision 2029 of working in service to society. Our student cultural champions, a network of students from across King's who inspire, challenge and support King's cultural activities, ensuring they effectively serve student needs. Student cultural champions from across the university campuses work to generate new ideas and to give feedback and advice on King's programme of cultural events, activities and initiatives. KCL on the Streets, from the King's College London Students' Union. KCL on the Streets Society was an initiative founded by students to extend a helping hand to the homeless community in London, providing essential care and support to the most vulnerable in our local areas. And the Civic Leadership Academy. Open to all second-year undergraduate students, our Civic Leadership Academy is a funded 9-month leadership development programme offering you the opportunity to work with community organisations to address some of London's most complex social issues, from mental health to education, poverty and homelessness. The programme offers a unique opportunity combining hands-on experience and classroom learning to support you in becoming a highly employable, civically minded and engaged citizen, skilled in creating positive change within society. Beyond King's. As a student at King's, not only is London your classroom, but the world is too. King's connects you with people, organisation and leading employers across the globe, from government, business and industry to charities, sport and culture. We hold connections with leading organisations, including Unilever, KPMG, Deloitte, BP, as well as local London organisations, such as the National Theatre and Shakespeare's Globe, plus, of course, a multitude of NHS Foundation trusts. Many of our students do placement years in another country, study years or semesters abroad, international field trips, and excursions with student union societies. It does, of course, depend on what subject you study. Our partner universities are based all over the world, from Hong Kong University to the University of California, from Korea University to Georgetown University in the United States. You can speak to our study abroad representatives in our student experience fair for more advice today, if that is of interest to you. With a global alumni network of nearly 200,000 individuals, you'll also have the opportunity to network with King's alumni in London to advance your career while studying here. Amongst our alumni and staff, we include 13 Nobel laureates, many heads of states and governments, Oscar winners, Grammy winners, Emmy winners, Olympic athletes, Olympic rowers. So there's really no limit when it comes to fulfilling your career aspirations. One of the great things about London is that people come to King's. King's has a really strong convening power, and you will genuinely see people coming in because they want to engage with our young people, they want to give back. It is a great place to come and meet some of the greatest thinkers and leaders from around the world. beyond the classroom. If you choose King's, we want you to have a great time while you're here. You're automatically made a member of our Students' Union when you enrol. KCLSU is run by students for students, and it's one of the oldest unions in the country. KCLSU is where you will make friends through joining student groups and sports clubs such as football, netball, dance, rugby, hockey, cricket. There's even a coffee appreciation society, how things have changed. Or through meeting new people in our cafes and bars. Our events will help you make the most of London nightlife as well, and help you enjoy London's many, many cultural attractions. King's will work with you to make the world a better place, be that by changing the Students' Union, the university, or wider society. The Students' Union is led by elected student officers who work to unite student communities and the relevant decision makers to ensure student wants and needs are met and that all our communities have a say. King's Sport and Wellness delivers a range of opportunities for students to get involved in sport and physical activity, engaging with over 15,000 students across our various programmes every year. We run social sports sessions through our Be Active programme, all the way to supporting top performing athletes for our university sports scholarships. Finally, our range of student services offer practical and professional advice and guidance to support you both before, during and after your time at King's, including counselling and mental health support, disability support, money and housing advice, visa and international student support, wellbeing and welfare advice. The services complement the support provided within your academic faculty, which is an important source of advice about your course and studies. We have facilities at all campuses, including our hub desks, study and social space. Student groups can also use our rooms and spaces for their events and activities. And whatever campus is your home campus, we encourage all our students to move around and rotate between all 5 of King's campuses. You can speak to representatives from our student services today in the pink zone. You're also welcome to take a guided tour of our nearby gym, running throughout the day, and visit some of our student residences. If you check the brochure or look at the app for more details. We're almost there. Let's pull these up in one go. Here we go. Whilst you may be at the beginning of your journey, thousands of students just like you have come to King's and found their future careers. You may recall Shittage referenced a few, people like Archbishop Desmond Tutu, Professor Dame Nancy Rothwell, John Keats, Dina Asher-Smith, and others. But here are a few more recent graduates from King's. So we have on there Hamza Tuzali, who graduated with an MSc in Global Affairs in 2022. Hamza was selected as the Right Worshipful the Lord Mayor of Westminster for 2022-23, elected to Westminster City as a Westminster City Councillor 4 years ago. He became its youngest ever member and the youngest Lord Mayor of Westminster, and the first Muslim mayor of this city. Dr. Renata Micha, who graduated in 2008 after completing her nutrition PhD at King's, is internationally recognised for her innovative work in nutrition and health, making her one of the top 1% of most cited researchers in the world in 2022. Her research has informed major national and international guidelines and inspired the implementation of food and nutrition policies to address diet-related diseases worldwide. The King's community also comprises of world-renowned academics who are leaders in their field, such as Professor Tim Spector, Professor of Genetic Epidemiology at King's, whose study via the Zoe COVID symptom app helped shape health policy and track disease hotspots throughout the pandemic. And Tim is a regular presence on campus. He spends most of his time at St Thomas's, but you'll see him around all our campus. Many of you may have downloaded the Zoe app. It's a fantastic resource, although it does influence your diet in ways that you're not always anticipating. So look, whatever your passion or career aspirations, your time at King's will provide countless opportunities to make the most of life here as an undergraduate student, boost your employability and set you up for success throughout life. Final slide. So look, thank you very much for your time today and for considering King's for your degree. Have a great time exploring the open day here today. There may well be some student protest, which is absolutely fine, and there'll be no issues around Israel, Gaza, but they are a delightful group of students. Please do take the time to speak to them. Do not in any way be worried about approaching them. But that's the nature of university. This is where you can come and disagree and learn to disagree well. That's what university is about. So look, enjoy your open day here today. Talk to our academics at our subject talks and hubs, the location of which can also be found in our open day guide, which you would have received at registration. If you don't have one, please return to the registration point to collect one. Importantly, talk to our student ambassadors. There are loads of student ambassadors around today. You'll see them all in their red t-shirts saying student ambassador. They will tell you what it's really like to be a student here at King's. So don't just listen to what I've said about King's. Do talk to our students. They are the best source of information and advice. They are delightful young people. Please spend time to talk to them. Also, visit our student experience fair if you want further advice. Our parents, carers and supporters can also get your questions answered at our stand in the student experience fair, along with guidance about supporting your young person through the application process. So explore the campus, take a gym tour or accommodation tour over some of our halls of residences, but most importantly, take time, enjoy the open day at King's. Do make sure your questions get answered. Everyone here is really friendly. We want to be able to respond to any questions you have, so please stop any of us, ask any questions that you have. If we don't know, we'll refer you to someone who does. Thank you very much. So, no, thank you for coming and enjoy the day.
Sorry? Sorry, not very well, a bit deaf. What slide is this? KBS? think if we do, if they're coming here, we send them out with Karen out front. Or where's Louis? I think Karen's in the atrium. There's Karen. Okay. We should be getting another student ambassador, Karen. So I said, let's send them out to you.
Which exits? The two at the bottom? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably worth that to Leslie because she speaks after me. Yeah. Okay to start? Should just pick us up, yeah? Okay. Yeah. Okay, good morning then. My name's Andrew. I'm Director of the Undergraduate Studies here. So effectively, I'm in charge of all the degree programs if it's your first degree you're studying towards. So this session now, it sometimes feels like a sales pitch, and I don't want it to feel like that. Ultimately, we don't struggle to fill our courses. We get roughly maybe 20 applicants to every one position, but what we do want is the people that do join us to be the best fit for us, and for us to be the best fit for you, if that makes sense. So it's worth seeing almost this next hour, plus the other time you spend here, is almost like a shoe shop. You're trying it on, seeing if it's the right fit. Does it work for you? So please take the next session that we talk about really in that spirit of what we're trying to do. So I think first thing to say about King's Business School, we do aim to be a very kind of friendly, we put a lot of emphasis on being collegial. So some business schools historically have been very competitive. It's all about your ranking, this kind of thing. We think it's actually much better if you're helping each other. So we have things like peer networks. If you're struggling in an area, we have other students to help you do well. We think that's much more important. We put a real emphasis on things like sense of community, feeling part of King's, feeling part of King's Business School, feeling part of your program. We are an elite institution in terms of teaching and research. We aim for excellence in both areas. So to be quite frank, some universities are very good at research, not so good at teaching. Some are good at teaching, not so good at research. We do try to be both. And we do very well at both. Other things to mention, we are a very diverse group internationally, and I think you can sort of see this by looking around the room. So ultimately, we have about 80 nationalities across our degree programs. So, sitting in a classroom could often feel a bit like a UN meeting, to be quite frank. You've got all the continents more or less covered. I think that reflects partly the kind of cosmopolitan nature of London. There's arguably no more global city than London. London continually ranks as #1 global city for students. It also reflects, I think, the King's brand. It's known around the world. And in a sense, because of that, we're here to create opportunities for you for collaboration with other people, in business, in research, and basically to kind of springboard your career. My colleague Leslie will talk more about that shortly. We do consistently rank amongst the top business schools for undergraduate degrees. So I think consistently we're top 3. So there's probably only 2 others that are kind of a similar status to ourselves. So we're very, very good at undergraduate degrees. And we're triple accredited, which basically there's kind of bodies out there which check the quality of your business schools, and there's only about 5% that gain all 3 accreditations. But yes, so yeah. What we offer is multiple degree programs. These are our 5 main programs which are delivered directly by the business school. We do have other programs which are delivered in coordination with the business school. So for example, we do management computer science. I won't mention those here, but you've obviously got the website if you want to read more in detail on that. So what I'll do here is give you a quick overview of the main programs. we have our business management degree. This is our oldest and perhaps most established degree. So this program here is really, the idea is to be successful in business, you need to understand the whole kind of mechanism of business. So it's all very well being good at finance, but if you don't understand strategy or kind of how to sell a product or anything else, your business is going to struggle. So that one gives you the most kind of wide spectrum, if you like, on that. Oh, sorry. And that's our business management degree. Now, what should be emphasized is each of these degree programs allow you to take modules from the other one. So for example, let's say you take economics and management, but realize when you're here, you really like marketing. You can take a lot of the marketing modules in the economics and management degree. Similarly, if I'm taking business management, I realize I really like finance, I can take a lot of modules from the finance. And most of the modules crisscross over. So one of the things to emphasize is, one of the advantages of being large is you can take a lot of the electives over. So while obviously to get the degree title, you need to specialize in these areas, you can crisscross them and effectively make your own degree that suits your interest areas. So that's very important to us. Our accounting and finance degree, as the name suggests, accounting and finance is the focus of it. We combine traditional modules in finance and accounting, such as audit and so on, with areas that are growing areas within finance. So we teach you programming, for example. We have modules in ESG, on private equity, on merger and acquisitions, and so on. So we're combining the traditional with, if you like, the future of accounting and finance with, as I say, focus on things like AI and so on. Our economics management degree, if you're not familiar with an economics management degree and how that's different to a BSc in economics, your traditional economics degree tends to have a very strong focus on politics, particularly political economy. So you can imagine you're learning like macro and micro economics alongside Karl Marx, this kind of thing. We would argue in a business school, while Karl Marx has his place, in a sense, it's perhaps more useful to teach you about asset management or so on. So we are combining your traditional economic modules with modules that are very applicable to business and modules that crisscross over, but are multidisciplinary. So for example, strategy, the economics of strategy is one of our modules. Then we have our international management degree. The idea of the international management degree is businesses need to be successful, need to be global institutions. So if you think about a multinational, it's names in the title. Ultimately, you need to understand business, strategy and finance. You need to understand global affairs and how, in a sense, to navigate the complex world that we live in. So this degree gives you that kind of mixture between being a specialist in business, but also a specialist in global affairs, as is important. Then we have our language degrees, which combine business or management with something like French, Portuguese, Spanish, German, and so on. Idea being is that you're learning that language in depth over your 3 years. You're getting to understand the culture and the kind of that aspect of it, but also understanding business as well. So combining the two things together. And the thing that we have an advisory committee here, sort of leaders from things like McKinsey and PwC. They're continually telling us global mindset is amongst the most important thing to a business, because ultimately, to be successful, you need to understand, not only your own markets, your local markets, but the international markets, because that's where the majority of, the bigger global markets will always be more important than just one market. Yeah. Okay. We do have a new degree program coming on, so it won't be available this September, but we'll start next September if you're looking a bit longer ahead. We're calling this the Data Analytics for Business and Finance. Essentially, what we're doing is we're recognizing with the growth, particularly the fast growth of AI, we are creating a degree program to match with that. Again, this has been encouraged by our advisory committee, so in particular, one of advisors from McKinsey. And what they're telling us is there's a big gap in the job market right now. You either have data scientists, you either have computer scientists, or you either have management consultants. You don't have somebody that basically mixes the all three. And that degree program is designed to give you expertise across all three areas. So we'll give you very technical skills in things like statistics, basically data management. We'll also give you, in a sense, technical skills in things like programming and a key understanding of how things like machine learning and so on work. At the same time, giving you practical skills in business, because it's all very well knowing how to program, knowing how to run a regression model, or whatever, machine learning, whatever, at the same time, not understanding how or why that's important in business. So that's the purpose of that degree program. Just to go in a bit more detail on that program, just because it's a new program, but this is true for each of our programs. So really, this slide, you can view it to be specific to the data analytics degree, but it's true of all our programs. We basically try to combine 4 things together within our programs. The first one is cutting-edge technical skills. So whatever you do, and this could be economics, it could be finance, it could be data analytics, you need the technical skills to be able to be successful. So for example, if you're doing finance, you need to be able to do things like value a company, so run kind of cash flow models and so on. In this case here, it's the ability, in a sense, to be able to run advanced econometric methods, statistic methods, do advanced things with things like algorithms, with machine learning, and so on. And we do that, so we apply that to both business and finance problems. But you'd be doing this as well in the other degree programs. So it's the technical abilities, again, in economics, being very good at econometrics is a key skill to be successful in economics, be able to run data, do predictive models for how interest rates will change or whatever. So we give you the technical skills. We put a real emphasis on, in a sense, simulations. So it's one thing to learn from something from a textbook, but if you really want to learn something, do it yourself. That's what we know. So ultimately, we put a real emphasis on hands-on simulations. By this, we mean we get you doing things. So again, in the economics discipline, we give you real data coming out of the local government here in London, and we get you solving problems, policy problems, and other things. In the case of this degree here, particularly, but this is true across our finance degree as well, we'd get you up in the trading labs. So on the 4th floor, you may have seen it already, or your tour may see it later, we have the Bloomberg terminals. So there's the same terminals that they use in things like investment banking. So we get you pulling data from that. We have, in a sense, simulations for trading and other things, which my colleague Leslie will perhaps allude to later. A key emphasis we place on is interdisciplinary knowledge. So, as I say, what business leaders are continually telling us is it's not helpful to just be one specialist. To make things work, it's connecting the dots in areas. So, recognizing how can I solve this problem, and that problem tends to mean you're not just got one hat on, you have to put multiple hats on. So, we put a real emphasis in all our programs on being multidisciplinary. So, ultimately, for example, to value a company, so in our private equity module or our merger acquisition module, you need to think about why should we be buying this business from a strategy point of view, how I finance this business, and so on. That's the finance side of it. You've got the accounting, because you need to be able to read the data, the financial statements, and so on. So really the emphasis is on the ability to connect the dots. And that's true, again, in this program, which will combine, statistics, advanced statistics, with things like computer science, with things like business and finance. And then finally, in all our degree programs, which I'll go into a bit more detail very shortly, we offer you the opportunity to do a year in industry. So between after your second year, so in your 3rd year, you can do a year in industry if you wish. I should emphasize with this one, you have to choose that during the UCAS process. So if you want to do the 4-year degree, you have to select that as part of your UCAS process. I'll come back to that point later. Okay. In summary, what's it like to study here? Well, what you'll experience is the first year basically gives you, or tries to standardize the teaching experience. So what we want to do is basically do 2 things in the first year. First one is get everybody to the same level. So as I mentioned before, we're a very international cohort. We have people from around the world. You can imagine what might be taught, let's say in Egypt, could be different to that in France, could be different to that in England, could be different to that in Scotland, and so on. So what we want to do is ensure everybody has the same grounding, so there's no to solve any issues of differences between degree backgrounds, but also ensure that you have the right tools to be successful. So in essence, put the tools in your toolbox to then, for your 2nd and 3rd year. So the first year is about making sure that you have the right foundation to be successful. Because of that, we make all the modules core, so we decide what you should do, if that makes sense. That differs by the 2nd year. By the 2nd year, roughly half the modules are core, half the modules are electives. So we're saying, look, if you're doing accounting and finance, you really need to understand these subjects, in finance and accounting or in economics or whatever it might be. But the other half of the modules, you can choose yourself. So you can imagine I might be doing an economics and management degree, but I'm taking a range of modules in finance because I want to be an investment banker. That makes sense? So you can, the half modules would be, core would be the economics ones, the finance would be the ones I'm interested in. Obviously, hopefully you're interested in economics as well, but it's allowing you to sort of tailor your degree to your own interests, your own career desires, and so on. Okay. The other thing to emphasize is, if you wish, you can do a term abroad at another university. So, particularly because of the core modules, we align that with our peer universities elsewhere in the world. So, for example, you can go to places like HKU, University of Wharton, Bocconi University, a range of the elite universities in Asia, in Europe, and Africa, and elsewhere. So, point here is, we think it's a great experience for you to go somewhere else. Put that on your CV. Looks good to have King's on your CV and Wharton, or good to see King's on your CV and Vienna, or University of Vienna, or whatever. And at the same time, it's a life experience. It's quite cool to go and spend a term in whatever city, in Paris, in Milan, or whatever. At the same time, in a sense, it's a chance to broaden your horizons, see just things taught in different ways, experience things, and so on. As I say, we're continually told by our advisory committee that a global mindset is amongst the most important things, and I think that's what London can offer more than most places. Okay. By the third year, what we're doing is we're really trying to mix the modules together. So first year, particularly quite isolated in some respects. You're sort of giving people key skills in, let's say, econometrics or whatever, microeconomics, whatever it might be. By the third year, we're really keen on you to be multidisciplinary. So take your expertise that you've gained in the first and second year and use it. Okay, sort of tell us which companies a private equity fund should buy and how they would do that, and so on. So what you'll see is there's projects throughout the 3 years, but there's a real emphasis on it by the third year. By the third year, what we're wanting you to do is be ready to go into the business world. And because of that, we're wanting you to bring all the bits of the jigsaw together and then sort of create that picture with it. So for example, we have a consultancy project that you can do. So you work with local businesses in London, you take all your expertise and advise the local businesses on how to be more successful. We have a capstone project where you can start to solve some of the world's big problems, things like environmental problems and so on. So we're sort of bringing your expertise to be able to change the world through business. We have things like traditional, more traditional projects where you do a dissertation, a piece of research on whatever, and so on. So you can work closely with an academic and research something in detail where you use advanced methods with a top researcher and learn more about whatever it is that interests you. Okay. As I mentioned before, we offer a year in industries. If you do the year in industry, you have to select that as part of your UCAS process. And I would say to you, this is a bit of a strategical decision. So there's advantages to doing a year in industry. If you think about it, when you leave King's, you need to stand out. So it's all very well having a degree from King's. We do get students into top places, Google, McKinsey, all these type places. But at the same time, you want to differentiate yourself because, to be quite frank, having a first or a 2-1 from an elite university, there's lots of them, And the point being is the way you can differentiate yourself is putting more things on your CV. So that can be a year in industry. So you can imagine coming out with a first-class degree and having spent 12 months at BP or at Vodafone or wherever it might be, differentiates you to somebody who just has a first-class degree, if you see what I'm trying to say. So it's about differentiation. At the same time, others would say, well, look, I'm going to get that in my internships. By the third year, if I don't do the year in industry, I've done 2 or 3 internships. I've got the same thing, and I've done it in 3 years. So there's different models to get to the same outcome in some respects. Year industry is one of the models. You could obviously do internships and a year industry. It's about, you build a degree that you think is right for you. Other key things to mention here is we try to offer strong support pastorally. So we recognize, particularly for the parents in the room, we recognize your kids are coming here. They're transitioning in some respects from childhood to adulthood. That change particularly from 18 to 21, depends, people come at different ages, but the most common is 18 to 21. It's a real formative period in your life. I'm sure many of you in the room have been to university and remember your time at university fondly. The point being is, it's a big transition to leave home, come to university, and so on. So we try to support you both pastorally, so things like well-being. We have an in-house doctor, for example, in the university. But we put a big emphasis on helping you achieve your goals, so what we might call things like self-efficacy. So set yourself goals and make it happen. And a big part of what Leslie will talk to you about is that. It's about that springboarding yourself into your careers. So it's all very well leaving school, coming to university, but by the time you finish, you need to be ready for entering into the job market. And that's about achieving the goals that you need to achieve. So you might say to myself, well, I need to be good at these modules, but I also want to do programming, these kind of things to help yourself. So we would help you set your goals, like references, all the other kind of things, give you support both from a more pastoral point of view, but also more from your career's point of view as well. And on that point, just to give you a taste of the kind of things we do alongside our normal degree programs. So we do have our traditional degree programs, your BSc in accounting and finance and so on. That obviously includes modules taught and structured in the various different ways that they are. Now that's the very academic side of it, and we do make those modules very practical. So as I say, we have consultancy projects and so on within this. But on top of that, if you like, from an extracurricular point of view, we offer a lot. Why is this? As I mentioned before, we're very keen. We're currently #1 in the country for graduate outcomes, getting people the best jobs. How do we achieve that? Basically by giving you as many things to differentiate you from, let's say, students at LSE or Imperial or whatever. So we give you lots of experiences that you can stick on your CV. So you can, for example, have a coding boot camp where you can learn coding in a kind of, sort of crash course style way. So you can go into somewhere and say, well, I have basic skills in Python or whatever it might be. We offer things like 48-hour startups. So literally within 48 hours, you basically come up with a business plan. We offer things like a range of business and finance simulations, so things that simulate kind of trading and markets, things that simulate kind of a range of other kind of areas. We put a real emphasis on presentation skills throughout your degree. As many people in the room will recognize, particularly the parents, there's a real focus on presentations in business. You're always pitching to somebody. You're either pitching to your own team, you're pitching to investors, you're pitching to the board, you're pitching to whatever. So we want you to be, by the time you come out, confident presenters with the skill sets to do that, alongside all the technical knowledge and everything else we can teach you. We have the Entrepreneurial Institute, literally kind of within the business school, great opportunities to work closely with our startups, opportunities to get startups. We've had students raise £2 million, more than £2 million, but no, it's not uncommon for students to raise that kind of amount through kind of seed funding. And we have some leadership programs you can apply for. Students have been to places like South Africa and Belfast and a range of other things to do. So ultimately, what we're trying to do is create opportunities to differentiate yourself. So as I say, when you come out to your degree, yes, you might have a 2-1 or first or whatever, but that's not good enough, to be quite frank. That's just what everybody else has. That's going to help you get a job in your dream job. What's going to help you is having the stuff in your CV alongside the skills that those things you put in your CV actually gave you, if that makes sense. And that's a big, big focus. You can see some of our students there. Okay, so I'm going to pass on now to Leslie, our senior careers consultant. As I say, there's a real emphasis here at King's on 3 things, and we would almost say equal measure. One is your academic experience, the intellectual experience. The other is the careers that accelerate yourself within your career. The other side of it is just the personal experience of your 3 years. As I say, it's memorable, your 3 years at university. Like, I married somebody from university, in a sense. It makes a real, hopefully you have a positive experience of your time here. So we'd almost say at university, at King's, spread your time evenly between your career, your personal life, and your studies. Okay, I'll pass on to Leslie.
Thanks, Andrew. Let me just make sure. Is it rolling back or forward?
I was just clicking.
Just click this.
This one, I think.
This one. Okay. All right. I'm not going to use the mic. I've got a loud Canadian voice, so I'll use it. Hi, everybody. Lovely to see you. I'm Leslie Parsons. I work in the Careers and Employability Office here at King's Business School. I represent a team of 14 people. We are the only dedicated personal and professional development team for any faculty at King's. We invest in your personal and professional development. One thing you probably are thinking the word careers, I'd like you to kind of scrap that from your mind for the moment. If you've had an experience of a see is that students are increasingly, our information technology, and as tech becomes a real driver in business and there are more tech-centered organizations, that aspect is growing. Because this is kind of organized across sector base, it doesn't necessarily give you a good flavor that a lot of students go on to do functional roles in business. And in fact, I would say about 15% of our students actually pursue an area in public relations or marketing or comms. So if your interest is not necessarily trading or banking, maybe you're interested in another area, there are definitely areas that our students go into from a functional perspective. Now, the other question I get asked is, do our students go on to the kind of top brand, marquee brand employers? And yes, they do. And those employers come to King's. They come to King's to engage with our students. We have, the Big Four, the Big Four regularly on campus. And we have a number of students who are in those kind of top front brands. But one of the goals that we have as an internal department is to try and share with students that the labor market is changing and that the top firms of today were not the top firms of 10 years ago. And we're seeing the acceleration of different organizations who are growing at rapid pace and coming into new markets and new business services. So we want to make sure that you're aware of where those growth opportunities are and where you might be able to accelerate your career in those areas. So how do we do this? Well, we do this in two ways. So part of it is around success in your accelerating into a chosen area of profession is having confidence. And that confidence is really around understanding what it is you have to offer, what your interests are, exploring your interests, gaining confidence in terms of how you speak to other people about what you might want to do. And so we spend a lot of our time in our team helping you build confidence. So if we think about our team of 14 people, we're split into two ways. Half of us are coaches. That's my background. I'm an executive and a career coach. And I've worked in professional and executive leadership and talent development in my history. So half of us are really in the coaching side. And then we have another half of our team which are in the second piece of this, which is getting your portfolio ready, getting your list of experiences ready. Now the thing is, these don't stand in isolation. The more experiences you have, the more confidence you have, the more clarity you have, and that feeds into the other place. Having some coaching to help you take the first step means that you're exposed to an experience. So those things work really together. It's like a give and take between the two things. So we're going to talk a little bit just now about what we do in terms of the coaching side and what we do in terms of helping you to build your portfolio. Okay? So we do things which are embedded in your degree. So we work hand in hand with our academic colleagues, like Andrew and our team of the undergraduate programs, to really think about how we can dovetail what we offer from the professional development side, that links in with your academic program. So this is brand new. We're offering this for the first time in the first year for first year students, and it is the Business Accelerator module. And this is a 5-credit additional credit module, and it's going to include a lot of experiences and allow you to not only do simulations about the skills, but actually simulate the jobs. So if you come into the first year and you're not sure whether it might be entrepreneur or marketing or AI or banking and finance, we want to provide you with those simulations that will help you in that decision process. Do I want to pursue an internship in that area? Do I want to pursue a year in industry in that area? We also work on some essential skills in order to support you to take that step into the workplace through an internship or a placement program. We talked about working in teams, so we do a lot of work in terms of understanding how to work not only on your own, but in team presentations as well as some networking skills. One thing that we have found is that I think since COVID as well, some of the interpersonal skills and interpersonal communication skills have suffered. And so what we want to do is to bring students together as much as we can, start to interact in ways that we often have to interact in the workplace. Right? With people who are different than ourselves, and we have to come up with teams year in industry, I'm just going to mention the support that you get for that. So you are finding your own industrial placement, your year in industry, but we have a team, a dedicated team of 2 people who actually work full-time to support you on not only building the skills that you need to find those opportunities, but then also to hold networking events where employers come to campus who offer placements. And then also we do personal development for you while you're on your placement sessions as well. So I think about it as kind of wrapping it around. So before, during, and after your year in placement, you have the support you need to get the most out of that experience. So we talked about those 2 parts, coaching part as well as the portfolio development. So in our coaching teams, we have unlimited personal appointments. You don't have to worry about only using those 1 a year. You can have as many as you need. And this year we are launching our peer careers. We've hired 4 students who are going to be our peer career coaches. And they are going to do some drop-in sessions and pop-ups around campus so that as you just have an idea, you don't necessarily have to book an appointment. You can drop by, get a little bit of information, talk to somebody who's maybe been through or experienced a lot of these options, and have a student-to-student conversation. We also do a lot of help with you in terms of your personal branding, which is your online profile, creating a business profile, business persona, how you talk about yourself when you're introduced to employers on campus, for example. And also to help you build that personal brand and that confidence and that ability to articulate your strengths when you're talking to employers, we have a whole range of employer engagement for you. One thing I would just highlight here would be we have everything from these big festivals and fairs to more informal career cafe drop-ins. So again, just something where you can have a 5-minute conversation with somebody, maybe an employer, maybe an alumni. We have a lot of alumni who come to campus and provide that additional bridge of people who have been who are in roles in the last 2 to 3 years, and do that in an informal way. I'm going to do a big shout out to our King's student societies and clubs. We have, I think in King's, some of the best clubs related to business topics. King's Business Club is the oldest established club for student club of business in the UK. Fantastic. We have the Economics and Finance Club. The Women's Business Club is phenomenal. So it's not only learning from employers and alumni, but your business societies are a really great way to start to accelerate your career into, or again, accelerate your launch into the business world. Now, Andrew mentioned this a little bit about some of the work-related experiences. So half of us are coaches, the other half are people who work on work-related learning. So practical application of skills, of goals, in terms of understanding what I might like to do, what I'm good at, what do I need to develop next. So you already mentioned some of these things before. I just will point out, for example, we have, through Amplified Trading, we have 1-day simulations for finance, M&A, and private equity. What we do is we dovetail these with your academic program. So there's a private equity module that's in year 2, and we offer the simulation at the same time that you're doing the module. So that if you are looking to try and take something that you're doing in a particular module forward, then you can look through the suite of experiences to try and develop those. Now, the other aspect of the experiences, though, is to look at some of the particular skills. So we work very closely with employers, and employers are telling us about the gaps that they see when students are coming in into internships or early careers. And a lot of those gaps do relate to soft skills. I'm going to say this right now. Soft skills are hard. If you think they're easy because it's got the word soft, they're not. They need practice, they need development. So we spend a lot of time trying to help our students develop those skills. Everything from communicating cross-culturally, really important business today, in terms of how you present yourself, personal presence, your body language when you're interacting with other people, building relationships, but also dealing with challenging situations of people. All right, now as Andrew said, you could do get work experience in a variety of different ways. We actually offer within King's nano internships areas. And that's actually, you don't have to pay for that, you can apply for that, we run those every year. But a lot of students choose to do external internships. And that's why we have a whole range of support to help you get into your applications and make your applications stand out, and to coach you through applications. Because to some extent, it's very competitive out there, and all applications will be successful. So, you know, it's also building some resilience in your application process. But we also have invested some of the best prep tech platforms out there to support you in getting the best quality CV that you need, to practice your interview skills, to practice some of those psychometric tests, to get ready for some of those assessment centers. Doing all that in a safe environment where you can kind of experiment, so that when you do it for real, you're feeling much more confident and much more job ready. So that brings me to the end of my presentation today. I just would like to finish on why I do this. You know, I moved from the world of the executive talent and leadership development to come to King's. And that's because I really believe that it's so important that the leaders of the future are sitting right here today. It's you. So the way we make impact is helping you make your impact. And that could be because you have a great idea, you need a little bit of a push, and we can help you with that with a bit of guidance or information. It might be more. It might mean that you're really feeling a bit lost and not too sure what the next step is. So we will try to help you with that with some more in-depth coaching and encouragement and help you build your own confidence. But whatever it is, we know that whatever you choose to do, you can make a real impact. And we really hope that the people that come to King's and to the business school, our undergraduates, are those who are interested in making a difference in business. So thank you very much. I am to direct everybody to the, I'll leave that up. So I'm supposed to direct everybody that you need to come down the stairs and then go out the side doors. Those people who are up on the balconies, you can definitely exit up there. There is going to be a Q&A area. I will be there. A number of our student ambassadors and program officers will be up there as well, some of our academics. And that is on the first floor, and it's behind Lecture Theatre 1. So go up the stairs, and on the other side of the building, go to the very back, there's a little cafe area there. So any particular questions on anything we covered today? See you there. Bye for now.
Get to timings this time as well. I've learned the art of that. Yeah. I think it was a couple of minutes over, but we've been
Yeah,
we're right on target actually. We're exactly where we need to
well,
be.
I was watching the time, but I think also, you know, they can read the slides, so I don't tend to do that very much. I try to highlight one things. Okay, there we go. Are you going up to the?
Yes.
Okay.
Nice to meet you. Hi,
How are you?
welcome. Just one thing we've noted about the volume in here. If you're going to walk around, it's best
Yeah.
to wear this
Yeah.
because otherwise we get feedback from the other speakers. And apparently, so I've been told, if you put it, attach it to yourself
Yeah.
and then turn it on, otherwise it goes all crackly.
Okay.
Okay, great.
But that's great.
Thank you.
And then we're just waiting for the slide.
He's not actually using any slides. He's just doing something interactive.
Oh, okay. I don't know what to have on the. Is there anything you'd like on the screen?
Was there anything you wanted to have on the screen with it?
No. I wonder if I can just put the yeah, because this looks a bit. Should I just put the King's website homepage up or something like that?
Okay.
We'll fill in some. So it's
I
good
would
to have
just-
the computer open, but
Fine. I've just got it on the King's webpage for now, and then you can do what you like. Are you staying for this one? Or just...
I think it maybe, yeah. I think it maybe should. How's it going?
I think.
Feels it's not as big today.
If I could just ask you to not leave any spaces, that would be super helpful because I think we're expecting a full house this afternoon, so that would be great. Thank you. I don't know.
What's the thing about fire safety?
Yeah, there usually is. Hang on, have I got it? Yeah. That's fine.
To read that one.
Where's that put my pen?
yeah,
Yeah?
that would be great actually.
Yeah.
Yes, after this they can see
Yeah.
or they can be there. So
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Let them know when you want them to.
Yes, and we can sit there together as well. So you know that's a cool idea actually. Yeah.
So when we're doing the Q&A, we can consult.
There are some seats at the front if anyone needs space. There are some more seats down at the front if you wanted to come out. You need to go out the door and come back round. But there are some seats down here. And I think maybe in the next... There are some seats down the front. If we could just... Wherever. I'm just trying to avoid single seats. There are a few more seats at the front if people need anywhere to sit. There are some seats at the front.
Hello everyone, can you hear me? Can you hear me well in the back? So Great. Welcome, everybody. This is Mehmet Ismail. Instead of delivering, one-way talk today, presentation today, I'd like to make it pretty much interactive. But before we start my talk, I will be, reading this safety announcement. Okay. So let me just read it through. Hello and welcome again. Thank you for joining this economics taster session talk. Just before we get going, a couple of safety announcements. There is no fire drill planned for today, so if the alarms sound, then we need to evacuate the building. Your emergency exits in this lecture theater are the doors here at the front on your left, or the doors at the top on your left and right. So there is one exit here, one exit there, and I believe there are exits. Yeah, I can see these two exits over there. If you have any accessibility requirements, please refer to any instructions shared with you prior to this event. If you have not been in touch with a member of staff about your accessibility requirements, please contact any member of staff who will be able to assist you. Please note that live captions will be automatically generated for today's talks. Not sure about that, but let's see. We apologize for any inaccuracies. Please speak to a member of staff if you have any questions. Okay? All right. So, as I mentioned, my name is Mehmet Ismail. I'm a lecturer in economics at King's College, here at King's College London. So just to tell you a little bit about my background. So I did my undergrad in economics in Istanbul, and I then studied applied mathematics in Paris and a couple of other European cities. I studied in Germany, then I did my PhD in economics, specifically in game theory in the Netherlands. I spent some time in the US at NYU politics department. I spent some time in Warwick before moving to UK. So I've traveled quite a bit around the world and having seen quite different education systems. And finally, I've been teaching here in the Department of Political Economy for about 7 years. And yeah, here I am. So today I would like to start, as I mentioned, I would like to make this a little bit interactive. So I'd like to start with a question the question is the following. So some of you may know Bob Oman, a Nobel Prize winning economist. In his speech, he tells about the following anecdote. During a student conference at Yale, James Tobin, a macroeconomist, asked the following question to everybody. Can you sum up economics in one word? And that's exactly the question that I'm asking to you. Please try to sum up economics in one word. I'll give you 30 seconds to think about this, okay? And then I'll just be asking your answers. Take your time. Okay, so did everyone come up with some answers? Who would like to give the first answer? Yes, please. Resources. Okay, cool. Choice. Economics is about choice. Nice. Logic. Okay, that's a nice one. Logic, problems. Economics is about problems. What else? Yes, please. Say it again, please. Profit and loss. Okay, that's about 2-3 words, but okay. Let's take profit as is important in economics, definitely. Efficiency. That's a nice one too. Yeah, economics is indeed about efficiency. Science. Economics is a science, yes. It's a social science, right? Scarcity. That's one way to define economics, right? Yes. Allocations. Scarcity. Allocations, cool. Interesting answers here. Predictions. Okay, I'm going to ask one question about that later. Cool, predictions, being able to make predictions. Behavior, okay, yeah, sure. It's economics is about understanding human behavior. Decisions. That's a nice one too. Interesting answer. Okay, sorry, I didn't see you. What? Interdependency. Great one. Yeah. Interdependency among people. Yeah. Rationality. Okay, yeah. What else? Growth. Economics growth. Yeah. Will someone say they growth? No? Okay, hope not. Anyone else? Back in the back? Sorry? Friends? Trends. Okay. I heard France, trade. Maybe trade could be one as well. Trends. Okay, economic trends. Anything left? Alman answered a different one. Let's see if someone will be able to guess that. Ballots. Okay, that's, yeah, political economy, right? Ballots. Cool. Any other left? Yes. Inequality. That's important one. Yeah. Inequality. Yes. Markets. What else? People. No. People. Yeah. People. That's key, right? Without people, there wouldn't be any economics. Ah, someone there. Yes. Values. Value. Economics is about value. Yes, please. Growth. Yes, someone said growth. What else? Yes? Savings. Okay. Growth, saving, inequality, markets, value, psychology. Cycles. Cycles, sorry. I feel the cycles. Okay, economic cycles, business cycle, yes. Experiments. We're going to do an experiment today. Okay, great. What else? Yes, please. Consumption. Okay, yeah. Equity. Equity is important. Okay, both equity, yes. Models. Economics, yes. You'll see if you start, doing economics here, we'll be seeing a lot of models, a lot of different models. Yes. Society. Okay. Understanding society. Yes, please. I'm not hearing. Utility. Okay. Utility. It's one of the key concepts in economics. Yes. Utility of the people. How do you understand what is the utilities of people? Okay. Anyone left here? Yes. Productivity. Okay, interesting. So we've heard about a lot of concepts. These are all very much related. Yes, please. Say it again. Theories. Yeah. There's a lot of theories in economics. Maybe more than we need. Yes. Exchange. Yep. Exchange, yes. Equilibrium. That's an interesting one. Yes. Okay. Please? Influence. In what sense? Individuals influence each other with their actions. Okay. Yeah. What else? So that's kind of a nice sum up. Yes. Forecasts. Predictions, forecasts. Yep. Incentives. Yes, that was incentives, Bob Alman's answers. Great one. There is what we have seen here, there is not necessarily just one answer, but indeed like a lot of efficiency, incentives, rationality, sums up trade, exchange, predictions. These concepts in some sense sum up economics in one word, but I do think incentives also capture, the most in some sense, because incentives in economics is really the key. Understanding individuals' incentives, what they want to do, okay? An individual's, a group's incentives, that's kind of macroeconomics, right? Putting together everything, understanding group dynamics in economics is key. Okay,
So this brings us, I think it was nice to see people's answer. This also shows how people understand different aspects of economics, what economics mean to them, right? I'm surprised actually no one said money. Right? That could be one answer too. Okay, so my next question is from my time in Germany. One of our German professor, a macroeconomist, used to ask this in the class. He said that, you know, he had been asking the following question I'm going to ask you for 20 years, every year in class. And and he retired basically about like 8 years ago. And since 8 years, I've been asking this question every year as well. So continuing basically his tradition. The question is as follows. What is the difference between the prediction, the forecast of a weather forecaster and the forecast of an economist? Again, I'll give you about 30 seconds to think about this. What is the difference between the forecast of a weather forecaster and the forecast of an economist? Please take your time. Again, about 30 seconds. Actually, that would get, yeah. If that's available, so that everybody could hear, yeah. Okay. I think microphone is on the way, but let's see if it will arrive. So there is someone who wants to answer. Yes. What is the difference? Yes, please. Okay, yeah. Both are inaccurate, that's right, but the weather forecast is more accurate. I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yes, please. Yeah. Nice one. So basically, let me try to sum up. If a weather forecaster says it's going to rain on Friday, you know, he can't do anything to change it. Although now maybe we have the technology to do so, right? So that's also changing. Again, it's human element. But in economics, you can do something to change that prediction. Yeah. People are not all people are rational, and many of the models, these predictions, depend on the rationality of the individuals. Yeah. Okay, so basically you're saying that a weather forecast is a positive science, right? It's based on, you know, past data to predict, you know, what's going to happen. Is a physical science, right? Whereas economics is based on value judgments. It's your prediction. Okay. Well, in economics we do have, you know, factual data as well, but in addition to that, you might have some certain value judgments. It's somewhat not exactly, but somewhat related to the rationality assumption, because for different people, you can assume different values and different sort of behavior, not necessarily rational. People can be, for example, inequality averse, right? not everybody is selfish, so you can assign certain behavior to different individuals, and that will definitely affect your predictions.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Okay, so the question is, what is the difference between the forecast of a weather forecaster and the forecast of an economist?
I thought that was the question.
Yeah.
The answer is none.
The none. Okay, so that's your answer.
Sorry, yeah, I thought I'd misheard the question. The answer
Okay.
The answer is none. They both rely on trends.
Yeah, let's...
So they both rely on trends, and they both rely on assumptions, and they both rely on forecasting predictions. So in terms of the job of a weather forecaster and the job of an economist, in terms of what do, they do exactly the same thing. They study trends, they study what's happened, and they make assumptions to come out with predictions. So I think there's no difference between the two of them.
Okay, yeah. So there is one, answer, there is no difference, and yeah.
I think the main difference is, I agree that, in terms of the procedure to forecast, there is no difference, but the main difference is the non-deterministic nature of the variables that you deal with in economics. Weather forecasting is more deterministic. So you're able to forecast, and there is nothing that you can do to stop the behavior of what you are predicting. The problem might be that you are wrong in your prediction, but in economics there is a non-deterministic nature of the human behavior that you might or might not be able to predict.
Okay, so I'll try to sum up like this. Weather forecast is also non-deterministic, right? I mean, it's uncertain, and we need like supercomputers to be able to make more and more accurate predictions, and they are not still very, very accurate. But if we had more computing power, we could be more accurate. Human behavior is also non-deterministic, but in a different sense, in a different way. Right? Okay. Yes, please. This microphone is coming. Yeah.
I think weather forecast is a short-term activity, whereas economics is long-term activity, long-term, projection. You can't just say that tomorrow the economics is going to change, but weather is something about days or weeks.
Okay, yeah, sure. So basically, I mean, in weather forecasting, you can't make forecasts about, the long-term future, right? It's going to be less and less precise. Whereas in economics, maybe, okay, that's an interesting point of view that I had never thought. Maybe economics, you can make, predictions about the next month in a sense that's easier than making predictions about tomorrow. Okay? Because over a long term, you can make predictions about the aggregate variables. In some sense, it's easier to make predictions about like perfect, individual, about precise individuals. Yeah.
Do you think that they behave exactly opposite? I mean, the weather, the longer the term, less accurate, and economics the other way around, maybe?
I mean, so that is a question I've never thought about, but it's an interesting question. That's definitely an interesting question. So, yeah. A final one, maybe. Yeah. There. Let's see. Yes.
Hi. I think the job of a weather forecaster is probably slightly better and easier than an economic forecaster. Economic forecast would also mean that the economic policies, the way they are implemented, eventually will determine, how accurate, and the way of implementation could be different in different countries, reaching the last mile. So I think economic forecasting and economic, forecast is way more difficult.
Okay, that's a good point of view. Definitely, I would agree with that statement. Right, making economic forecasts, it's in some sense more difficult. Right, it's hard to say how to judge this level of difficulty, but in some sense we can agree that it's more difficult. Okay, so just to sum up, right? So one of the main differences is that, as you actually initially mentioned, when weather forecaster makes a prediction, humans typically cannot change that. Okay? Whereas if you make a prediction about human behavior in economics, then people's behavior might actually change that. The answer that my German professor gave was that the weather doesn't care about, about the prediction, which is close in some sense to your answer as well, right? The weather doesn't care about the prediction, whereas people care, and people actually react to that prediction. If this prediction is coming from a well-respected economist or head of Fed, for example, people will typically react to that. Although nowadays people more react to news coming from people such as like Elon Musk, right? He sometimes seems to affect these market prices more than some economists, but these things certainly change. One of the important things about making predictions in economics is the reputation effect. So you are going to react to a forecast of an economist if this economist has a good reputation in some sense, right? You can trust their prediction and then react to that accordingly. If you believe that this person or this institution has a reputation of being accurate and they do what they say in some sense. So that's one of the important things. And indeed, so someone mentioned about, I don't know who, but indeed we don't have, so about when making predictions about the weather, you can test, right? You can see some data and then and then eventually see how accurate your prediction was. But in economics, we don't have, and just let me say that in other physical sciences, maybe tests will be somewhat easier. Think about physics, right? You can have a lab and then make tests and see how your theories work. But in economics, we don't have a closed lab. You can't just suck money out of the economy and see how it goes, how people live without money, right? We can't do that. We don't have a lab. We don't have this sort of a lab in economics. That being said, in economics, we do make experiments to test how people behave, and this brings us to the next topic, which is an economic experiment I'm going to conduct now. Okay. Before that, do you have any questions about the difference between the forecast of an economist and the weather forecaster? No. Okay. Let's go ahead with that. So now I will ask you, please choose a number between 0 and 100, 0, 1, 2, inclusive of 0 and 100, okay? And the aim of the game is the following. You'll try to guess the number that comes closest to 2/3 of the average of all guesses here, okay? So everybody will guess a number. I'm going to input them, and I'm going to calculate 2/3 of the average of all numbers. The person who comes closest to this average wins the game, okay? So let me just open up here.
We've got about 8 minutes left. The talk finishes at 5:30.
Okay. Okay.
You wanted
yes.
to ask the student ambassadors anything?
Okay. Yeah. Then 5 minutes we will have question and answer, and then we'll have to go. Yeah. Okay, so let me just enter here 30 players, okay, because we don't have, I will not be able to enter every person's number, players. Okay, okay, so did you pick your number? Did everybody pick your number? Please, starting from this corner, please let me know your number. Yeah, from you, if you have.
17.
17, okay. Next one.
27.
27.
33.
33.
89.
89.
92.
32.
94.
94.
10.
10. Okay. 15.
68.
68,
56,
56,
72,
72,
0,
0,
59,
59, yeah,
64.
64,
63,
63,
97,
97,
55,
55,
78,
17,
34,
34, and the last one?
50.
50. Let's have only 20 this time, because we don't have a lot of time left. Okay, so these are the numbers. So I'm going to now take the average, right? The average. Let's see what's the average. 47. So this is the average. This is 2/3. Let's calculate the 2/3. 2 times the average over 3. It's got 31.73. And I know there was 133, right? Yes. Is there any close? There is 32. There's 32. I don't think there is any other. Who said 32? Okay. Congratulations, you. You won the game. Now, could you please explain your reasoning? Yeah.
Actually, I wanted to say 33 because if you had done this infinite times, the average should be 50, and 2/3 of 50 is about 33.
Okay, your starting point was 50. And the one who chose 0, could you explain your reasoning? Someone chose 0.
I kind of knew most people choose a number when you say average somewhere in the middle. I just wanted to be out of the herd, that's all.
Okay, the last one I want to hear from who said 90 something. Who said? Who said high number? Yeah, you. Okay, please.
No, I would just put a random number. That's
okay, you also wanted to be out of the herd. Okay, interesting. So since we will be out of time, let me tell you kind of the idea of this, right? So in economics, we are very much interested in what people think, right? You started from what people would choose, and in general, you thought that people would choose like random numbers. And you were quite right in some sense, right? And then 2/3 of the average was 40-something, right? You were quite close in that. And at 2/3 of the average, you aimed for this number. Okay, so that's basically, you know, thinking about what people think and choosing your best option, best alternative based on that. So that's in some sense what we call level 1 thinking. Level 0, meaning that just choosing random numbers, okay, you don't think what people think. And level 1, you think about what people might choose, and then you respond to that. But there is level 2. You think about what others people think about others' choices, and you respond to that. There is level 3 and so on. It's actually level 0, level infinity in some sense. In a very, very high level, the right choice is 0. So that's why I was interested in your choice, because if you keep on doing this, if you think that level 1 people will choose 32 or 33, then your best response will be something in the 20s. But if you think that people will choose something in the 20s, your best response, best choice has been decreasing, and in the optimal choice in this game is 0 in some sense. However, the assumption that people are rational, they will play optimal, is not true in this case, okay? It's not that the people are irrational, but people don't like spending too much time thinking about it. Okay, this is just a game, we will choose. And your best choice in that sort of situation is not to assume that everybody is rational and everybody spend a lot of time thinking and solving this problem, but to think what others people think about. Okay, so So this is basically what we do in economics experiments to try to understand the human behavior, okay? For those interested, I can answer a lot of questions. I will have time between now and until 4 p.m. over in the exchange, so please feel free to approach me. But now I just wanted to let you ask a few questions. Here there are student representatives as well before we finish, yeah? Okay. So, yes, please. So please feel free to ask any questions that you have. So there's someone here? Yeah.
This is just like about the, how do you do like end of year assessments in case of like economics? With the
End of year assessments?
Yeah.
Well, there are written exams.
There are like different choices. Like, what if someone likes more like coursework, but then other people are like better?
Yes. So there, some people, it depends on the specific module, right? There is coursework. There is sometimes presentations, written exams, and so on. So there is all. These are, I believe, these are the main one, right? So the written exams, coursework. It could be coursework for midterm or written exam on a final. It could be that there's just one coursework covering everything, like a take-home exam and so on. So yeah, there are some modules with presentation options as well. So these are the main. I believe that's pretty much standard. Yeah, in this program as well, but in other programs too. There is rarely multiple choice exams though. I don't think we have multiple choice exams. Maybe in some midterms, but not finals. Yeah. Someone else? Any other questions? Oh, okay. So there's someone here, but okay. Yeah, please. Yes. Economics and management. I don't know much about that program. Yes, sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know that one. Yeah, sorry about that. Yes, please. How many students? I believe these. So the year after pandemic, we took, I think, like maybe more than 200, but it decreases. It halved after that. So this is the kind of the normal number. Maybe a bit more than 100. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, but around this region. Yeah. So. Okay, so now we are done. Thank you for everybody. So now I will be, please, for those here, please use only these exits. And those in the back, please use that exit. And I will be around and be answering your questions, okay? If you have questions, you can ask me. Thank you. Yes. Sorry. Yeah. 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 Thanks. Level 2 is basically about they assume what you think and they will best respond to your choice. So the right answer here will be about 20. Yeah. Sorry? Yes. Why? Because but that's not level 2. That's level hard, very infinitive. Because it's if I believe that you will say 32, everybody will say 32. I will play like 21. And if someone believes that everybody will play 21, you play. Well, yeah, exactly. And a bit lower. Logic. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Also, the job of the economist is to take all these different logics and give them. What you, in some sense, yes. In some sense, you have to understand what others are thinking. Yeah. It was nice meeting you. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I don't know. I've never kind of evaluated personal statements, so I don't know how much but yeah, I don't have any specific suggestion. Just say what you're interested in and and your passions about economics, and I believe that's pretty much it. I mean, yeah. book recommendations. So for, I don't usually recommend like textbooks before starting, right? I mean, yeah. But in terms of general book, I think you can read Kahneman's Thinking Fast and Slow. That gives you an understanding of human psychology, and I think that's the key. Yeah. So, yeah. Working, I don't think it too much helps or hurts. It's maybe helps a little bit actually. But
what kind of working experience?
I mean,
in your experience in that.
yeah, there's not many, but I know that some people, very few, they've worked before and they started a degree, and I know that. But yeah, what matters again in that cases as well. What mainly they look at your high school or A levels to accept. I don't know what is the effect of pure work
What's the standard
experience.
offer? What's the A-level offer?
I don't know the precise numbers. But yeah, it should be written in the page. But yeah. 2/3 of guess, 2/3 of the average guess. Yeah, that's
Are there any similar experiments?
There's a lot of, exactly.
Do you know where I could look into?
So I think, if you start from this Wikipedia page, you will get. So experimental games, there's a lot of them. There's Prisoner's Dilemma, there's all sorts of. So yeah, experimental games. These are kind of the main games usually. That it's just very, very popular. So it's just going to come out there. Sure.
And in terms of studying like pure economics,
Yeah.
like the first and second years, like precise like modules.
Yes, there's always mandatory modules. These are core modules like basic economics, microeconomics, and then macroeconomics, econometrics, basic, mathematics. I don't think mathematics is the mandatory one, but for those who would like, if you want quantitative, qualitative, then you will have all this options.
And then on your third year, do you get like a more like variety of choice like
Yes,
study?
you've got a lot of choices, and mainly, its third year is mainly about taking electives. You have only 2 core modules, so.
And
Yeah.
like how does the lectures work? Like how many hours do you do that?
It depends. So I teach microeconomics 2 hours lectures, and then there is 1 hour seminars. But in some, there's 1.5 hour lectures. It depends on specific module. But there is no less than 1 hour, of course. But there's elective ones that are usually 1 hour lecture and 1 hour or 2 hour seminars per week. So, yeah. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Yeah.
I want to ask you, is there any options to study economics and international relations simultaneously?
I don't think so, but we have, so in the Department of Political Economy, we have these options, and maybe you can choose political economy degree. We had something with international, so if you check, the Department of Political Economy website, we have relationship. I mean, we have combinations, not exactly economics and international relations, but we have a lot of people from teaching political economy, international relations, and so on. So I'm pretty sure you offer something, but I don't know exactly. Yes. So yeah.
So we should then attend this department?
Yes, exactly. Just a kind of part. Exactly. We have, but yeah, mainly economics, but yeah, political economy and international relations.
And you study micro and both economies, yeah?
Both, yeah, micro and macro. Yeah. So you're starting.
Oh, no, we've got a couple of minutes, don't worry.
Core modules more math based than essay based, and there are ones that more essay based than both in the core modules you have both, and in the optional modules you can basically choose. You have a lot of optional essay based optional modules, and a lot of math based optional modules. So you can choose. Yeah. So I would say that it's
I'm really interested in it, and
second year, third year as well. So yeah, so it's definitely cool. Yeah. Yeah, the game is about decision making, understanding human interaction. Basically, different people have different incentives, and how do you understand that? So basically, it's all about that. This game was an example, but then finance, everything. You can think pretty much anything about human interaction is a game. That's consumer theory against game theory. You want to show off, and blah blah blah. There's a lot of there's a higher stage game about others do that, so you want to do that, blah blah. Yeah. So there is a lot. Yeah. So it's very interesting. Yeah. I think in exchange, I was in exchange. There will be some people there too. Exchange is basically northeast wing, first floor.
Or was it just like this thing?
Yeah. So basically, when you want to start, you can turn this on.
Okay.
And then it will see.
It'll just
And then you can put it back, and yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Good luck. Cheers.
Thank you. Good Lord. Hello? Is that working? Is that amplifying my voice at the back? Can you hear me? No? I'm seeing no thumbs up, so I'm assuming not. Okay. Hello? 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 No? Can you hear me? Oh, okay, great. Fantastic. There's still some seats down here at the front as well. Fantastic. All right. Welcome, everyone. Thank you all so much for turning up. It's amazing to see the room so full. Before we begin, I just thought I would let you know there is no fire drill planned today. So if you do hear a fire alarm, that means there's a fire alarm. The exits are down here, but there also should be 2 exits up there above. If you've got any particular access requirements, you should already have been contacted by us. If not, please let us know, anyone wearing a red lanyard or one of our student ambassadors, if you need any special requirements for evacuation. I've been told that live captions are generated for today's talk. That might be if you're tuning in online, but hopefully those will be accurate. Sorry if they're not 100%. Yeah, other than that, I think we're ready to begin. This is an introductory talk to the Department of Informatics. Some of you might already have been up to the 8th floor and met some of our student ambassadors and staff. My name's Mike Cook. I'm a senior lecturer here in the department where I do research into artificial intelligence for creativity, especially applied to video game design. But today I'm going to be talking to you about the department more broadly and studying computer science itself. So I know that some of you may not even have decided to study computer science yet. You might be picking between a few different subjects. For me, it's a really exciting time to be studying computing and to be in this industry. A lot of amazing things are kind of changing our world. We're changing the way that computers can perceive our environment, or if any of you saw the Apple Vision Pro that released earlier this year, augmented reality is once again becoming a really exciting research area. Quantum computers, when I was an undergraduate, were a very theoretical thing, and they're increasingly becoming more real. They are more real and bigger than ever before. So there's a lot of really exciting stuff going on at the cutting edge, and it's a really cool time to be an open day for computer science, I think. And computer science has so many different things about it. So does artificial intelligence. Like we reduce it down to a couple of headlines, but it's a huge thing. This is a screenshot of the home screen on my phone, and you can see like all of these different apps are affected by computer science in different ways, right? So my Spotify playlists are built by recommender systems. The YouTube streams huge amounts of data, requires compression algorithms, security stuff, networking. Every time I make a phone call or send a message to someone, there's lots of encryption to make sure I'm kept safe. All sorts of different aspects of computer science are at play here. It's not just about the obvious stuff, though. It's not just about the stuff that we carry around in our pockets. The reason why I love this subject is because it touches our lives in so many different ways. So if you came here today using public transport, the tube and the bus, TfL's control centers make sure everything is running on time as it should be. Whenever there's a problem, they're using very complex scheduling algorithms to try and figure out how to circumvent it and get things back on track again. If you looked at the sky this morning, like I did when I woke up, you probably checked the weather forecast immediately because it didn't look very good. And the Met Office are using simulation and modeling to try and figure out what the weather's going to be tomorrow. And although it feels like they haven't gotten any better in the last 50 years, that's just the stress of being a meteorologist. Actually, this technology is advancing all the time, and they're getting better and more accurate than ever. If you paid for lunch, I just ran out to get a sandwich. When you pay, loads of cybersecurity technology is making sure that you feel confident, the person running the company feels confident, that no one's details are getting leaked, and all the right money is being exchanged. And when you go home tonight, like me, you put the kettle on for a cup of tea maybe, and because everyone in the UK is doing that at the same time, the reason why the national grid doesn't collapse is because they have very sophisticated scheduling and prediction algorithms to try and guess how to manage the load across the country. So every day, it's not just about these computers we carry with us. Technology is all around us, and studying computing is an opportunity to engage with that in whatever way that you find interesting and exciting. So at King's, we break down computing into kind of two categories now. The first is what you would call computer science. So this covers everything hardware, software, project management, security, algorithms. And then, of course, we also have artificial intelligence as another really important aspect. And artificial intelligence is obviously part of computer science, but it's now such a big subject that we dedicate its own courses to it and a lot more focus. We have lots of AI researchers here. And that doesn't just cover machine learning. It covers all sorts of AI techniques like planning and heuristic search. And it also covers things like ethics and philosophy of AI as well. So the reason why we design our curriculums this way, and the reason why we know we're at the forefront of computer science education, is because we look at what companies want from employees. We look at their job listings. We have great connections with companies. And that means that when we're designing our curricula, we're looking at what people want from their graduates. So we're looking at what these companies are interested in from people, and that's what we make sure that you are trained to do and leave with a good understanding of. So because we now have these two distinct strands, a common question I get is, should you take the computer science track? Should you study artificial intelligence? Which one is better? And my cop-out answer for you is that they are both excellent. I'm here to reassure you that whichever one you take, you'll feel confident about it. Either way, you get trained by some of the best people in the field. And it's really important to know that it's not like an either-or, right? If you come and study computer science, you're still going to get grounding in artificial intelligence. And if you come and study artificial intelligence, of course we're going to teach you some computer science fundamentals. So it's more about specialisms. It's not about cutting off options. But also, really importantly, all of our courses are accredited by the British Computing Society, which means that internationally around the world, your degree from King's is recognized as evidence that you are a top-quality engineer and scientist in these fields. So whichever one you're interested in, I always think that's the one that you should go for, right? It's about what your personal passion is in, and not about which one is better objectively. So where might you end up? Well, these are some of kind of the job titles that we associate with this subject, right? So you might end up what we call a front-end or a back-end developer. You might be building server architectures or designing interfaces for people. You might be running projects. I mean, you might not be working in software at all. You might end up being a computer science teacher, or you might want to be a researcher like me at a lab or a university. There's a lot of things that you can do with a degree in computing, and similarly for artificial intelligence as well. There's a wide range of roles that you might end up in. So you might end up doing data science. You might end up working in robotics. But you might also end up a policy advisor for the government. We have an amazing policy institute here at King's that does lots of advising to the government. And they run courses, and they have great connections with us in the department. You might end up going into business intelligence and taking your knowledge of artificial intelligence and applying it to the way businesses are run. So don't think of these degrees as just a route to a desk job. There are so many different things that you can do with your degree if it's what you personally want to do. I love coding all day. That's one of the best parts of my job. But there are people that have computer science and AI degrees that do all sorts of things in every corner of the world. And this is my favorite slide on the talk. I added it in when I took over this role because I think it's a really important thing to point out. So these are a graphs of what's called Google Trends. So this shows how popular a search term was over time. On the right-hand side of this graph is kind of where we are today, 2020s. On the left-hand side is when I was where you are today, when I was in an open day back in 2005. And the reason why I show you this is because these terms that we now think of as very important in computer science, studying Python and being a data scientist, they didn't exist back in 2005, really. They weren't as important at all. And the reason why I mention this is because when I was at my open day, I didn't know what was going to be important 5, 10, 15 years from now. And even though it feels like we know, AI is really big right now, machine learning, you don't know for sure what will be important 5, 10, 15 years from now either. And that's why I think it's really important when you come and choose a place to study that you come to a department that has really world-class researchers. So these are some of the research groups that we have at King's. And what this means is that you're being taught by the people who are defining the future. So the reason why something like data science becomes important, or the reason why machine learning becomes important, is because researchers like the people who work at King's, like my colleagues, are defining that, and they're teaching you at the same time. So you're getting to learn about their experience, and that's what allows you to get that cutting-edge education that allows you to prepare for whatever the future has. So when you're standing here maybe in 10 or 15 years, you'll look back and realize that your education here prepared you for what was coming next. Okay, so that's a little bit about the subject itself and kind of the landscape and where we are and like why I think it's an interesting thing to study. I want to talk more specifically about King's now and why I think it's a really great place to do this work. So I obviously think King's is great. That's why I chose to come work here. But also people keep telling us that King's is great. So we have really excellent results in these league tables. Some of these numbers actually should be slightly higher. We're actually 6th now in the QS rankings. And you'll notice that they're not just all about one particular thing. So we have amazing results for our graduate prospects and our careers. I'll talk about that in a bit too. We received silver and gold awards in what's called the Teaching Excellence Framework. So this is a national audit of every university in the UK, showing that our teaching is absolute world class. Something which I'm really proud of is our impact. So we have really great awards for what we call research impact. And that means, are the things that we're doing here actually changing the world? Are they actually having an effect on industry? And we'll show you why that's important in a bit. But there's so many ways for you to get involved in that as an undergraduate. And it also means that the people that you're being taught by and working with, they're not just kind of working in a closed office, right? They're going out into the world and they're changing the NHS, they're changing big industries, and they're actually having an effect on the world that we see. So we have lots of different degree course opportunities here at King's, and I wanted to spend a couple of slides to talk about some of the special ones that have something different about them. So one of those is the BSc with a year in industry. So our BSc is our 3-year program, but the year in industry adds another year in between the 2nd and 3rd years where you will go and work for a company for a year. And that means you are a salaried employee, so you get paid by the company to do real work on real problems. I've scattered some QR codes in the talk. This one takes you to a thing about our industry placements, and there's a nice video from some of the people that were on this year in industry. And these are some of the companies that people have gone to work for. But King's has excellent contacts with all sorts of companies, and we're in the middle of London, so there are amazing opportunities to go and work in every industry you can think of. And it's a really interesting opportunity not only to kind of try out, maybe you thought you always wanted to work in finance, you can try that out for a year. And also to build a rapport, a relationship with people at this company that might lead you to maybe a graduate opportunity as well. So this is a really interesting variation on the BSc. Another variation we have is the year abroad. So this is also our 3-year course with an extra year added in. And in that extra year, you will go to one of our university partners around the world to study with them. So we have partnerships with universities everywhere. So there's things like Toronto in Canada and the USA, Spain, I think, the University of Hong Kong, Monash in Australia. And you will get a chance not only to experience a different educational context, but also to experience living in that country for a year and studying this subject in a different way. And a friend of mine did this when I was an undergraduate, and he just came back a completely different person. It was such an exciting and energizing experience for him. He really, really enjoyed it. So we can definitely talk to you more about this, but I believe there's many more partners than just the ones that I've displayed on this slide here. We also offer 4-year courses, as in 4 years of studying at King's, like a master's course. And sometimes people ask me, is the 4th year worth it? What does the 4th year actually add? The 4th year is very, very different. It's a very important year. For one thing, you're learning master's level skills. So you're taking really advanced courses, and they're specialized in the things that you care about, right? They're all optional courses, and you're picking them because you really care about them. You're also really close to the cutting edge of research. So in many cases, you're being lectured about things that have just been, that have just happened by the people that made them happen, which is a really amazing opportunity to actually learn about really, really new developments, especially in a field like AI, from the people that are actually making them at work. And finally, there's an opportunity to engage in a big group project. So this is really nice because you get experience of working on a really big piece of work that becomes a portfolio piece for your applications, gives you experience of working in teams. I know people don't like working in groups, but there's a reason why we make you do it. It's because that's what the rest of your life is going to be about, working with people. And we have amazing group projects that have really cool results, and I've got a slide about one project in particular in a little bit. And also new, this is a new slide for me for this year, we have a new BSc in Artificial Intelligence and Philosophy, and this is with the Philosophy Department here at King's, which is also very highly ranked. Hopefully you can read that text there. And this is exactly what it sounds like. It's a blend of both studying AI with us in informatics and also studying philosophy and linking those two subject areas together and having an interesting crossover that maybe gives you different opportunities as you leave to work in kind of different ways in the context of AI. And also you can choose to study abroad as part of this as well. So they also have this year abroad program as part of that. So this is very kind of hot off the press. So lots of the details we're still kind of learning and internalizing. But if I can't answer your questions at the end, you can always come to the 8th floor and ask us there. We've also got some more material up there as well, but we'll be taking applications from September this year. So I mentioned graduate opportunities and careers earlier. It's one of the things that our department really excels at. And you can see our excellent results in the league tables. But I think one of the reasons why we excel at it is because King's Career Service is incredible. They provide incredible support for our students. And it doesn't matter what stage of the career process you're at. So if you have absolutely no idea what you want to do with your life, they have support for that. And if you know that you want to apply for this very specific opening at a particular company, they will provide focused support for that as well. So there's a real breadth of opportunities here. And they can give you, CV feedback, careers fairs, one-on-one stuff, group sessions, and they really provide an incredible amount of support for our students. And I think that's a really key factor that sets us apart from lots of other universities in setting people up for the next stage in their lives. Obviously, I realize you're not even at university yet, and I'm already talking to you about leaving university, but it's something to have in the back of your mind, right? And it's something that King's takes very seriously. And in terms of where people go after they graduate, it's not just about entering the software industry. Our graduates end up at a wide variety of interesting companies. This is just some of them, in sectors like finance, health, media and entertainment, telecoms, just about everything that you can think of. A degree in computer science or artificial intelligence sets you up to do interesting things in just about any industry. And that's one of the reasons why this list is so long and extensive. So I think it's a really interesting subject to come into because it allows you to be so flexible in the future and take your life in a lot of interesting directions. But of course, you might not want to work for someone else, you might want to work for yourself. And King's has a really great entrepreneurship institute to support students that want to start their own businesses or try and create new products. And they have things like accelerator programs. They can help you apply for funding. They run regular workshops and seminars. They have awards for innovation and enterprise. This Entrepreneurship Institute obviously cuts across the whole university, which means you get to mix with people from other departments, including the business school, who are also in Bush House. And that's a really exciting opportunity for undergraduates, where this is a chance for you to start something really exciting, and it's the perfect time in your life to do that, so we take supporting that very seriously. And we also have some kind of related stuff specific to our department as well. So as part of this group project that we do, we also ran a variation of the group project supported by Amazon Web Services. So the students got training with Amazon Web Services technology, and then they met clients from a wide variety of local institutions, so things like London Borough Councils and charities, and they would pitch problems to our students. The students went away and built software to solve those problems, and then came back and pitched them to these clients. And in some cases, the councils actually tried to purchase the software from our students afterwards. This was an immensely successful project, and we were really, really thrilled with how this went. And there's a nice video on our Impact Accelerator website about that project. But this is an example of one of the things I really like about King's, because there are many universities I know of that give you this opportunity, like to work with the council that you live in to solve a real problem that they're having. Like, it's a very, very nice thing, and I think that sums up a lot of what I love about this department, actually. Of course, heaven forfend, you might want to end up like me and be a researcher, and a good way to find out if that's something you'd like to do is to work with researchers for a bit. So not every university has the opportunity to do this, but I'm very glad to say that King's actually offers research internships over the summer. So, nope, okay. Only a handful of universities can actually do this, but we can actually fund students during the summer to actually come and work with researchers. So this is a colleague of mine in the top left of this slide, Alfie, works in the research group with me, and she ran a research project with collaborators at Oxford to track and visualize the movement of historic documents across Europe. This was award-winning research, and some of the people involved in the project were undergraduates at King, so we paid them to work with researchers over the summer. And actually, Denis in the top right liked it so much that he has now applied to do a PhD with me. So it is an opportunity to get a flavor of research, kind of like a research internship, and see if it's something that you'd like to do. We have a wide range of opportunities that you can work on. One is with our amazing robotics teams. So my colleagues that work in robotics are world class. They do incredible stuff, and they also offer undergraduate research internships alongside them. So actually, we've got this video showing on the 8th floor if you've not been there yet. But our team went to a robotics competition. They were covered by BBC One show. They won a bunch of awards. And many members of the team were undergraduates. They weren't PhD students. They weren't academics. They were part of our undergraduate internship system. So it's a really, really cool chance to get a part of some real live research. OK, so you've got to King's. What does a week here look like? So obviously, you've now had a chance to actually look around the campus, so you'll have seen that you'll be spending lots of your time here. Bush House is a beautiful building, the Strand campus is really beautiful, the lecture theatres and PC labs are great, and this is a relatively new building for us. It's obviously a very old listed building, but we've moved in recently, which is why it's renovated so nicely. And in terms of the breakdown, in terms of how many hours you'll spend doing what during a week, your week is split into different modules, and the modules will have a couple of hours of lectures, or what we call large group tutorials, which would be a little bit like this, right? All of you will come to a room and we'll talk about problems and go through material. Some courses might have software labs, so you'll use our computer labs on the 6th and 7th floors, I believe. Some might have kind of small group tutorials where you'll come in smaller groups with a TA to work through problems and talk about things that came up in the lectures. And of course, because it's university, very important, independent study, courseworks, that kind of thing is like a big part of that as well. And this is repeated across the modules. So each term you'll have 4 modules. Some modules obviously won't have software labs because it doesn't make sense. Some won't have the small group tutorials. So there's a little bit of variation. But basically, overall, we aim for about 40 hours a week of work. But that involves a lot of flexibility on your part. So lots of this will happen in your own time. And one of the nice things and the challenges of being at university is kind of managing that time and figuring out how you want to do that work. But we try to keep things pretty balanced. And we have some student ambassadors here to answer some questions at the end if you want to talk to them about that. And of course, studying at King's is not just about being in lectures. Hopefully, if you've been to the 8th floor, we have a huge range of student societies, including our student paper, RAW. And we've got the Tech Society on the 8th floor, and I believe the Robotics Society as well. The Tech Society is just astonishing, the amount they do. They seem much bigger than a student society. I'm always amazed by them. But basically, if there's something you want to do, probably there's a society for it at King's. We're also really fortunate to, for example, Somerset House is just over the way from us, huge cultural institution that King's partners with. We have something called the Science Gallery at London Bridge, which is something that King's owns and puts on exhibitions that combine science and art in really interesting ways. We had a series on artificial intelligence last year. Loads of our researchers turned up. So there's always something going on at King's. That's besides like being in the middle of London as well. So it's a really exciting place to study. There's so many opportunities to not just restrict yourself to your studies. You can be a whole person and indulge in all those other parts of your personality as well, which is really important. Okay, so before I finish up and hand over for questions, I just wanted to include a couple of slides about something that's really important to me, especially working at King's, which is kind of the values we feel are important here. So obviously, every university will talk about this to some extent, equality, diversity, and inclusion. And at King's is a place where I felt it most prominently like benefiting the world and like working very hard at it as a university too. We want to provide an environment where everyone feels safe and supported. And we don't just do that because it's a legal requirement in some cases, right? We don't just do it because it's a moral good, but we do it because we know that it produces the best environment for all of you to learn and grow and become like whichever people you're going to turn out to be. And so I personally know that the department invests a lot of time in training us and improving our procedures. A colleague of mine has just trained as a mental health first aider, took 2 days off early this week. He was excitedly telling me about it yesterday. And of all the universities I've worked at, this is by far the one that kind of really does this as a core part of its culture, right? This is not just for show. That's definitely how I feel here. To give you some examples of the kinds of support and programs, we have an amazing Women in Science program here. So we have a regular seminar series where women from science and engineering industries come and give talks. We have regular breakfasts and meetups for our female students and PhD researchers. We fund some of our students to go to like the ACM Women in Computing Conference, and we currently hold a bronze award from Athena Swan, and we're applying for silver. And this is backed up and repeated across King's in many different areas. We have a wonderful disability support team. We similarly have a bronze award from the Race Equality Charter. This is from our Proudly King's Parade, I think in 2023. King's for me is a really special place to work. And that culture like permeates to all of our connections with the surrounding communities as well. So I've talked to you a little bit about today why computing is interesting and why King's is a cool place to work. And not just to work, but hopefully to kind of live and make a life with for a few years. So whatever kind of future you see for yourself, I hope that you're excited to come and study computing with us. I've got some time now to answer some questions. I did see some student ambassadors, but they are not where I saw them briefly, so they might have... They're here. Wonderful. Oh, bless you. So they will also be here to answer questions if there are ones that I can't. If both of you want to come down, feel free. You can perch in these... I don't have a microphone for you, though, I've just realized. Yeah, before I wrap up, I just wanted to say I'm not Christian Urban. Dr. Christian Urban is the admissions tutor. He's on the 8th floor today, but I put him here because he'll know answers to questions that I don't. But I'm Mike, and you can absolutely email me anytime you want as well. And with that, oh, this does work, excellent. With that, I'll pass over to any questions that you might have. Oh, but before I do that, I'll ask our students to introduce themselves, so that, yeah.
Hello. Yeah, so I've completed my first year in Bachelor's for Artificial Intelligence. So if you have any questions about my experiences or student life, feel free to ask. Thanks.
Hi everyone, I'm Ifa. I'm a second year student and I'm studying computer science.
Thank you both so much. Okay, questions. And now in the past I've found it a bit hard to hear people in this room sometimes, so if I can't hear you, I might run the microphone over to you, yeah. No, we don't have any apprenticeship programs here. So at the moment, this year, it's only predictions because we can never be sure from it. But for this year, we're predicting to take on 350 computer science students and 70 AI students. Each year, we adjust those numbers slightly because we don't want to take on too many students. So we're going to aim to have them equal eventually. But right now, that's kind of what we're looking at. But it's only predicted. We never know for sure. So the question is, can you change between the computer science and AI programs? Unfortunately, you can't. So when you make the application, you're either applying to CS or AI. There are opportunities to change between some programs. For example, you can move from the BSc to the BSc year with industry. That change is possible. But in terms of applying, once you've applied to the CS track, you're doing CS, and you can't move to the AI track, unfortunately. Yes? A star, A, and I believe the A star has to be in maths. I'm feeling great. Like, I didn't used to remember these things. I needed to have someone here remind them. It's like I'm just here today. Yes? So do you mean in terms of like sort of admissions, like how important is the personal statement aspect? Right, so this question is about kind of, you know, how subject-specific should the personal statement be? So we had a similar question earlier, and Christian was actually with me there, and the response he gave is that grades always come first. We get a lot of applications, so grades will be used to like filter people like quite aggressively. But then after that point, the personal statement is really great, and it doesn't need to be subject-specific. It can definitely be, it's good to show that you have enthusiasm for this subject, but there are lots of different ways to do that. And especially for something like AI and philosophy, that it gets a lot broader at that point, right? It's a lot, you know, there's really no set way to show that you're an AI and philosophy person. So I think talking about extracurriculars there is nice. Obviously, it's really great to like point out those connections to the subject wherever you can, show that you've got a passion and interest for it. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if that's the case for AI and philosophy, but I suspect it is. Yeah. So you asked how important are GCSE grades? I'm afraid that's actually not a question I know the answer to, but Christian would know on the 8th floor. My suspicion is that GCSEs are not a huge factor, especially because we get people from all over the world where it's much harder to figure out what the equivalent is at that level. But we, you know, so it's mostly I think the A levels are the important thing, or whatever A level equivalent the student might have done. I don't believe so. But to be sure, I would ask Christian on the 8th floor, or look at the admissions hub. We've got an admissions hub over in the King's building. They might be able to tell you as well, but I would suspect not. Yeah, no problem. More questions, yeah? Oh, sorry. I'll take the front one first. Who was the person behind? Who? Okay, I will come to you second, I promise. Okay, thank you. So do you have to study further maths? No, you don't. I believe one of the A stars does need to be in maths, but it's just regular maths. Yeah, okay, definitely. Sorry, at the back. Of the AI course specifically, did you say? Yeah. Do you want to talk a little bit about the first year kind of?
So we do programming practice and applications with the computer science students. So we're learning Java with them. So we do 4 courseworks. The first 2 are solo. The third and fourth is in a pair, and one's in a group. We have made like a simple like command line game where you're just like moving around rooms, but it's just text-based, and then it goes all the way down to like a game of life, and like you're visualizing like the graphics and how everything's changing over time. You also have like a property coursework as well for programming practice, but that's with the computer science students. Just separately for AI, we have a robotics module where we actually do 2 courseworks. The first one is really simple. It's just teaching the robot to, move in shapes, and you kind of getting to grips with everything. But then the second one's more interesting because then you're commanding like a robot to go into different rooms and find a certain food using computer vision, and then it has to bring it back to the person who asked for it in the first place. And it uses text to speech and lots of cool AI stuff. So yeah, the robotics coursework is really good. Yeah.
I really regret not taking my robotics modules when I was an undergrad. Does that answer your question? Is that perfect? Yes, please. No, I don't believe so. The offer's A star, A star, A. Anything else is, it's a bonus / we don't mind. So not a problem. I'll come to you in a sec. I believe you had your hand up first. I'm afraid my ears are not up to it this morning because I'm a bit short on sleep. Sorry. Do you have to take computer science? No, I don't believe so. I believe our only requirement for intake is an A-level in maths. But you should, I would check the website where we've got the full requirements, but I don't believe it's a requirement, no. Because I don't think every school offers it. My school didn't, obviously that was 400 years ago, but I think it's still the case. Yes? It doesn't hurt. I think, it doesn't help in terms of like meeting your grades, but as in it doesn't help in terms of us like filtering out offers and things like that, but it will show that you are definitely a particular type of student and that you've got like an enthusiasm and you can talk about it in your statement as well. But if you're thinking like, maybe I should make my life a bit easier by dropping further maths, for example, that's totally fine. Like it won't be a huge difference maker, I wouldn't say. It's hard to answer because I don't know what's worth it is hard to say. I wouldn't say it would massively impact your chances either way. But obviously, it's a great thing to do if you like maths and you feel confident at it. It's a great subject to take, and it might be a way that you think, yeah, I'm good at maths, so this will be a way to get my A star. But it's not like it won't like bump up like to a different level, I don't think, or anything like that. So I hope that answers. I believe you had your hand. Right, so can you change from the 3-year course to the 4-year master's course? You can, but there's a cutoff point where you can't do it anymore. So you have to change before the end of your 2nd year, and you need to be at a certain grade average. So we have requirements on how well you're doing before you can switch. So yeah. Maths specifically, or just theory in general? Okay. So, well, actually, maybe this is a better question for you. But so, how much mathematics is in the first 2 years?
I wouldn't say too much. There's some probability, and I think it's really the type of thinking you learn in maths that helps you most. The sort of typological step-by-step process really helps you in this course.
In the first year for the AI course, you're learning, in the first time you learn the same as a computer science course. So it starts with like set theory all the way to like data structures like trees and graphs. And then in the second term, we learned like matrices and eigenvalues and stats. But yeah, it was manageable because it's, the work is spread evenly between like large group tutorials, lectures, small group tutorials. So it's fair to balance.
I think those answers make sense. Like, I think that's exactly how I think about it as well, in that it's really about that way of thinking. Our courses are very practical, but also as you go later on into later years, you have options to sort of specialize. So I avoided the maths courses, wasn't keen on them, but you can do loads of maths courses if you want. You can pick all the mathsy courses. So it's very much, we give everyone the same foundation, but as you go on, you get opportunities to sort of customize your experience a bit. But yeah, that's the kind of flavors that you're getting at the beginning. Yeah, sure. Which, like the computer science course, say? Yeah. So again, I might throw this back to you, Aoife, but like I think there's a good dose of like practice. It's a very practical course, right? There's theory, there is like important theory to begin with, but there's you do lots of coding and hands-on stuff, right?
Yeah, it's a good mix. In your first year, you'll have like quite a few courseworks where you'll be programming and making software programs that you'll be running and testing yourself. There's also a lot of theory, just to build your foundation up to a more advanced understanding of computer science.
There are definitely courses that as in other universities, that I think of as quite theoretical. They don't have as much practice at all. And I think we strike a good balance, which is one of the reasons why we have lots of like industry, big project stuff that you can really sink your teeth into. And of course, one of the beauties of being at university is that you can also kind of do extra bits of the stuff you like, you know, in your spare time as well. Yes, please. No, there's no interview or admissions test, and we also don't require anyone to do any extra maths exams or anything like that. I know some universities require like you to pass a particular extra test, so we don't have anything like that. We got, I think Christian was saying, we got 4,500 applications last year. So unfortunately, like doing one-on-one interviews just isn't practical in most cases. So yeah, but you know, if you've got projects and stuff like that, maybe something for the personal statement sounds like is a great thing to talk about there. No, sorry, that's 350 for computer science and 70 for AI. But that's predicted. So we you know, sometimes we overshoot, sometimes we undershoot. And over time, we're going to slowly try and like equalize those numbers. So I think the first year we took 50 for AI, so we're slowly like increasing it. Yeah, at the very back, very, very back. Behind you, I'm afraid. I'll come to you afterwards. Hold on, hold that thought. So do you have a higher chance if you apply for both? Is that what you mean? So someone asked a question about that in the previous talk, and we weren't sure on the answer of whether it's even possible through UCAS to apply for both. So the only answer I can give you is that go and check with the admissions hub, which is in the King's building. I suspect it wouldn't affect your chances either way, but I actually don't know the mechanics of UCAS and whether you actually can do that. So yeah, double check with them. Sorry, I couldn't answer that one. And yeah, I think you had that. Can you do a year in industry and a year abroad? Unfortunately not. I know. Although, you could maybe do a year in industry abroad. I think that might be possible if the company happens to be located, so that would be like sort of a halfway house. Sorry, I think there was a, yes. Yeah, so I'm going to grab some stuff off the cuff about some of my colleagues' work, so it may not be 100% accurate. A colleague of mine, Elena, who actually does a load of our enterprise work, she is she has like a really good relationship with the Open Data Institute, and she does loads of work with them and the Wikipedia Foundation. We have a number of researchers looking at LLMs from a whole different perspectives. I've got a PhD student that's just started looking at generative AI for art therapy, like how we can change the way that kind of people interact with art therapy tools and expressions. So there's a lot of that kind of like fundamental machine learning research going on. An interesting thing about King's is that not only were we kind of leading in terms of offering an AI BSc, but we're also investing money in figuring out how to use LLMs in educational contexts and things like that. I have my own opinions about this, but the department is investing in this kind of innovation. So they're definitely ahead of the curve on a lot of this stuff. I talk about the robotics because it's fun and visual, that's why we like to show it off. But there's loads of fundamental machine learning research going on in both text and image. So, yeah, my pleasure. Yes, on the side. Oh, sorry. I'll come to you in a second. Sorry, my pointing is terrible. Sorry. We do not use AI to screen the personal statements. I think there are probably several people that wish we did. I'm not involved in doing it, so I can just casually say it's someone else's problem. But we don't use AI. I believe the 4,500 figure that I quoted that Christian gave me, I think that is for both courses combined. So that gives you an idea of just generally where they're coming from. It's better than that, but don't think about the maths in that way. But we are popular. I said I would come to you next. I believe so. I believe they're part of our student body, yes. The protest, I believe, is about the situation in Palestine, and we also have an encampment on campus where the students are kind of in solidarity with the Palestinian people and trying to raise awareness about the situation there. Absolutely no idea about the number of applications. In terms of the acceptance, we also, it is extremely hot off the press in terms of the people running the open days. But what we're expecting is that their initial intake, because they like to start slow so that they can gradually open up, so they imagine the initial intake might be similar to our AI BSc, which would be about 50 people. Yes, please. I'm very sorry, I do not know what the IB8 requirements are, and that's partly my lack of experience with it. But I do know that I see plenty of IB students at these open days, so I think it seems to be becoming increasingly common. We definitely see it all the time, it's not like a strange new thing that we won't know how to understand. So I don't know what the exact requirements are, I don't know how to express it in IB terms, but yeah, it's absolutely, it's definitely lots of students come through that route, absolutely. Yes. I don't believe deferred applications have any disadvantage or drawback. We know people defer for all sorts of good reasons, and we love great students no matter where they come from or through what route, so absolutely. I believe we're running a little short on time. I think you've been waiting for a long time, so I heard the word cybersecurity. So we have incredible cybersecurity researchers here at King's. They run some great modules. I believe they're later on in the course. They're optional modules. But yeah, cybersecurity is actually kind of one of our specialisms. So yeah, there's really great support for that kind of stuff here. And lots of, definitely recommend going to our website. The research we do into cybersecurity is really cool. Yes. I don't have numbers, although the Entrepreneurship Institute might. You could definitely look at their website, but it's definitely an increasingly common thing. I think especially for a university like this that has great industry connections and is in London, it's an increasingly common thing. But it's hard to track that with data. We do look at alumni numbers. There probably is information on our website, but I don't have hard statistics. But it's quite a popular thing to do. Yeah. I think. Okay, I'm going to call it there to make sure that we can clear up the room on time. So what I'll say is I'm going to be going up to the 8th floor now if you want to ask me or any of my colleagues or the lovely students questions. But I just want to make sure that we're out in time for everyone else to come in. Oh, yes, okay. Thank you all so much for coming here, and hopefully I'll see you upstairs in a bit. Thank you both so much. Sorry that sometimes I forget to throw over to you, but...
I don't think we usually have questions, but it's usually just about admissions.
Yeah, I know. Which the first time I did it, I just didn't know any of the answers. But thank you both for being there. I mean, it's just also nice for them to see you and see people smiling, and you wanted to come in on a Saturday to do this. So I really do appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
Do you need any help packing anything away?
I think we basically did everything out. So yes.
I just said that was really good, clear, concise. We've done a few today, and I just wanted to say that was really good because some of them are simply
It's a hard.
Disastrous, I think, but that was fantastic.
It's a weird thing that it's one of the many things they don't train you to do as an academic, right? But it's thank you, bless you. I hope you had a good day. Just double checking I haven't forgotten anything. Yeah, please. If you want, we can. Well, actually, I've got a couple of minutes. It's okay. So I had a couple of students ask me this morning. My answer is no. I think it's basically just like a branding thing. In some cases, like I went to Auditorium and they really liked Eng. So does it really make any difference? And it's because computing is an integrated place, right? If you go and study biology, you will get an MSI because it's a science. And if you go and study aeronautical engineering, it's an engineering. But computing is both. It's science and engineering, and so every university classifies it differently. But it doesn't make any difference in my opinion.
It just depends on whatever skills and whatever courses you've done and
Exactly. Like
what you can do when
they're going to see your degree, and then they're going to look at the rest of your CV, right? And they're going to be interested in like, well, what is this person? What project did they do? Was it an engineering thing or was it a research thing?
but the qualification itself doesn't make a difference. Thank you very much. That was a brilliant talk.
I would say AI, maybe, if you wanted to do more of that coding stuff. But you'll still be in the same department with the same lecturers. So if you like computer science, come do computer science and you'll still learn lots of really important stuff. But the AI one obviously is a little bit more specialized, so you might enjoy that more. But you know, I did computer science and I'm now an AI researcher, so it doesn't cut you off.
Thank you for the talk. I just wanted to know for the GCS, you're saying A star, that was their
For the A
final.
levels.
Yeah. What is that equivalent to like the AP or American system?
I'm afraid I don't know. They might know on the 8th floor if you ask Christian, but you probably would need to ask our admissions team. So the admissions team, I don't know if there's a note on here actually.
Is it online?
It might be online. So we're currently in Bush House.
Yeah.
The admissions hub is in the King's building, but you could also contact them online or call them up.
There was the person giving the law.
Doctor, he's responsible.
Okay.
He's like the director of the admissions. Should I ask
Undergraduate admissions?
He'll only be the director for the law department. But the equivalent for us is Christian, who's on the 8th floor now. So you could go and ask him. So
On the 8th floor?
Yeah, on the 8th floor. He should be hanging around with the computing people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
No pleasure. I'll be up there soon as well. I'll see you there. Amazing talk. Very nice.
So if I want to apply for computer science, is it necessary for me to learn a language, like a programming language
No, not at all. We assume nothing when you turn up. We'll teach you everything from scratch. If you want to do a bit over the summer, please feel free, but it's not a requirement.
Okay.
And you won't be behind. Like you might feel a bit nervous. Like I didn't know how to code on my first day, and the people that did made me feel very scared. But after a few weeks, I could program. It's okay. So absolutely no. Don't.
But would it add points if I know something and put it in a personal state?
Not points exactly, but it shows that you've done some cool stuff. It's not a bad thing, definitely.
Yeah.
So like between you and me, putting it in your personal statement, like even if you've done a little bit, you can still tell them like don't be confident in the personal statement.
Okay.
Imagine that you're describing your friend. Talk really confidently about yourself. So
Okay.
do a little bit of programming and then tell people that you've done something.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
wherever they want to sit.
Do you want the roaming mic for Q&A with the student ambassadors?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite helpful for the streaming room.
Yeah.
How does this work again?
Hear, so yeah, that's the best one to wear.
Is there a feature on some of those student ambassadors again?
Yeah, and if they could do the roving mic, yeah, because otherwise it's just really, if you're in the overflow room, it's hard to hear.
Is that on?
Apparently the best thing to do is attach it to the front and then turn it on. Otherwise you get really rustly noise. But it should just be, yes. So I think if you turn it off, attach it where you want to attach it, then that's exactly how you turn it on again, yeah. Otherwise, the speakers up there go a bit mad if you don't know. No, I think if you just attach it, it should be fine.
Okay.
I think. It's just if you walk away from this desk mic and then the speaker at that back goes a bit mad.
I just usually shout.
Or you could try that. Do you present here regularly in the lectures?
No, usually sort of Dungeons in the Strand, that's it I get. Yeah.
You get this treat.
Yeah, I get this treat. They don't like me in timetabling for some reason. Normally 9 AM. 9 AM actually.
Oh, down there in the dungeon.
Yeah. 9 AM and then usually seminars till 5 PM. So they don't like me for some reason. I think so. It's normally quite popular for some reason.
Hi, there's plenty of seats at the front. We could just not leave any gaps in the seats, that would be great, 'cause we're expecting a lot of people. Plenty of seats down the front, please come down. There will be another student ambassador running around like they're on question time or something. Plenty of seats at the front. You won't be picked on. I don't think.
It's not in the programme.
It's not in the programme.
Do I have to read this out?
Yes, please. That's okay. It's fair. Safety. We did already out in the alarm clock.
Really?
A parent by accident pressed, well, you know the big green button to get out the door, but the one next to it is to the emergency exit.
Okay.
And that sets the alarm.
Hi everybody, if you'd just like to come down to the front, there's lots of seats down here. And if you can avoid leaving any gaps in the seats, that would be great. Thank you. Plenty of seats in the front row, always. You won't get left on this, I promise.
15 minutes.
15 minutes, yeah. So, like, this is two? Yeah, okay.
I believe this will work.
So I'll take that, and then when you start the Q&A, I'll be the... Yeah.
Repeat it. I'll just start. Okay, welcome everybody. I've got some safety instructions that I need to read out before I begin. So, thank you for joining this political economy talk. There are a couple of safety announcements. There is no fire alarm planned for today, so if the alarm does go off, we do need to evacuate the building. Your emergency exits in this lecture theatre are the doors here at the front, on the left and right, and the doors at the back at the top on the left and right. If you have any accessibility requirements, you should have been in contact with somebody. But if you haven't, please do contact a member of staff who will be able to assist you. Please note that live captions will be automatically generated for today's talk, and we apologise for any inaccuracies. The capture doesn't really understand Scottish all that well. Please do speak to a member of staff if you do have any questions. So we're here for political economy. My name is Keith Smith. I am a lecturer in the department. I do international politics, and I am also the programme director for the politics undergraduate programme. And I am also the undergraduate senior tutor in the faculty, so responsible for kind of staff, student well-being and pastoral care as a whole. We have a Padlet, this QR code, and you can go online and ask any questions. I will respond by this evening probably. I've got a train home to Scotland, so I've got 5 hours to kill this evening, so I will respond if anybody does ask any questions. So what I'm going to do is probably talk for about 30 minutes, just cover the programmes, the department and expectations, and then we'll open the floor to questions. We have some student volunteers here. They are actually getting paid, and they will be able to answer any questions as well. So our department is, you probably noticed, you'll go around all the different universities and they'll give you the hard sell. Our hard sell is we're kind of unique in the British system. You'll find that most departments will have a politics department or a politics and international relations and a separate economics department. We at King's like branding. We are the only department that carries the name political economy. And it can be a bit confusing, but essentially it means we teach and research politics and economics in tandem, together. And we look at the interaction between the two. We are kind of new. We began in 2010, and in the last 14 years, we have grown exponentially. We have 92 or 93 members of staff, and we have about 1,600 students as well. So we're a massive department. We have 4 undergraduate programs, specifically in political economy. So we have BA, BSc Politics. We also have a degree in political economy. We have PPE, which is co-taught with the Department of Philosophy. And we have economics, straight economics as well, which is co-taught with King's Business School. We also offer now a BA, BSc in political economy and history. That is taught mainly by the history department. So I really don't have a lot of knowledge about that program specifically. But if you do have any questions about that, you can always give me. I'll give me an email, and I'll check back and get back to you. So let's look at the programs of study. Here is the basic sort of politics program. In the first year, you have compulsory modules, right? So there's no electives in year 1 for any of our programs. And you can see what you get taught. So you get international politics, you get comparing political systems, which is basically political science, political theory, which is the big sort of concepts, what is justice, these kind of questions. You then get fundamentals of politics research, which is really sort of the logic of inquiry. And then, I'm not a numbers person, I'm not going to lie, sadly you also get statistics. Once you're out of first year, it's mainly elective modules. In second year, if you're doing the BA, you do 1 compulsory module, which is research methods. If you're doing the BSc route, you have to do research methods, then 2 other compulsory modules, so game theory and statistics too. You can see the type of modules that are on offer. They do change often because it's dependent on which staff members are available to teach. We've got some of them are really quite vague. Issues in international politics, that could really be anything. But that's my module, and I'm sure you'll tell me that it's awesome. In third year, you can see the types of things that we have. Dissertation. Dissertation is not mandatory anymore. It's not compulsory. You can do it if you so desire. Economics of crime, very specific. That's taught by Anya Shortland. About 400 people do that every year. And she takes them all out ice skating at the end. I don't know how she manages to do that. But it's really, really quite popular module. Women in politics, advanced topics in political theory. These are the kind of things that you would be getting taught in your second and third year. Political economy, the degree program. And you can see that in the first year they share some of this stuff with politics, right? So we've got comparing political systems, political science, political theory, and fundamentals. The methods course changes, so instead of statistics, you get quant methods. I would imagine it's very similar, to be honest. And then in second and third year, you can see some of the types of programs that some of the modules that we have. So we have things like political economy of globalization. We have ethics, economics, and environmental protection. And in third year, economic policy making. The economics in our department, some of it will be hard maths, and then some of it is just basically economic policy making. So there's different types of economics. So if you're not particularly great at maths like me, don't be worried about that. Again, in year 2, largely elective modules for political economy. You do, if you're doing the BA route, you do 1 compulsory module, political economy, and if you're doing the BSc route, you have to do 3 compulsory modules. PPE, probably the most popular degree program along with economics that we have. And again, first year, you can see the kind of modules that are that you take. Introduction to philosophy is taught by the philosophy department. And then you can see the principles of economics, political science, they share with politics and political economy. And again, in the second year, largely elective modules. If you're doing the BA route, 1 compulsory module. If you're doing the BSc route, 3 compulsory modules. We have a lot of experts in political theory. So Molly Gerver does consent and coercion. She also does a module on immigration. Adam Tibble does the Hayek workshop. So very, very specific in terms of political theory. As a whole, the department sort of specialises in economics, public policy, and political theory. So basically, you've got like a really broad selection of modules that you can take, and you'll get subject leaders and experts in the field teaching you. Teaching and assessment. Everybody is really interested in. So we here, as much, very similar probably to most universities, certainly in the Russell Group universities, we have what is called research-led teaching. So we don't think of you generally as students. We try to give you sort of research skills from day one. So you will be taught by subject experts and leaders. Many of them are quite famous in their field. And you will get transferable research skills really from year one. We have like statistics and quant methods, fundamentals. These are all giving you the skills to be not just a student, but to be a researcher. And those soft skills are really beneficial when you move out of, or when you graduate. Employers will value the skills that you have. Many of you will be currently doing A-levels or a baccalaureate. I'm not going to lie, when you move from that to university, there is a big gap, right? Generally, when you come to university, your teachers probably won't stand behind you, making sure you're doing your assessments. You get basically 8 hours in class a week for 20 weeks of the year. The rest of the time is yours. And it's all about independent learning. The teaching will be largely lectures, so 50 minutes, somebody like me shouting at you for that period of time, and then seminar teaching. So small groups, well, not probably all that small now. I think there's about 18 people when they attend. They don't always attend. There's about 18 people in a seminar group. And this is really kind of student-led, effectively. So it's all about kind of discussing with peers the material. Mainly, you will be reading academic literature, and these are texts that are written by academics for other academics. So the language is often obscure. It will be difficult to grasp at first, but the more you read, the more accustomed you will become to the language. The curriculum. Generally, we don't have a curriculum. We have modules, right? It's a modular curriculum. So out with first year, where it's all compulsory modules, and second and third year, it's largely the modules that you take. I guess students pick modules based on the assessment pattern. Probably there's a kind of intergenerational learning going on as well. The third years will tell the second years what to take and what not to take. Expectations vary as well between conveners and the different sort of disciplines. So what works in an assessment in political theory might not necessarily work in political science. So you have to kind of be aware of that. The skills that you will take away from a degree in the Department of Political Economy and from King's College London. First, substantive knowledge, right? Many of our modules will be things that are happening at the moment, right? So immigration, we've got 2 modules in immigration. You'll gain substantive knowledge on this that you can then impress your friends and family with. Critical thinking, right? We do not expect you to just regurgitate what is written in the texts and what the conveners tell you, right? If you're taking one of our degree programs, effectively you're going to become kind of one of the lines of defense against populism and technocratic forms of government, right? You're going to be an informed citizen that does not just regurgitate whatever you read in the legacy media and whatever you read on social media. You'll be able to think critically about it, challenge the assumptions. You will gain practical knowledge, right? And by this, soft skills that you can take to employers and say, I can do this, right? Organisation, self-organisation, time management, these kind of things that you'll appreciate. And lastly, methods training, right? As I said, we're about research-led teaching, so you'll get a lot in terms of methods, certainly in the first year, and then in the second year. And if you do decide to do a dissertation, you basically project management as well. This is our figures from the National Student Survey. So when students finish their third year, they're given an opportunity to evaluate the course and the teaching and so on. And you can see this is the politics NSS scores, and you can see where we kind of where we are. The red is KCL, the yellow is the rest of Russell Group. Those are the sort of major or the more prestigious universities. And you can see King's generally does okay, or politics students generally evaluate us alongside most of the other areas. We do well in terms of academic support and learning resources. Apparently, students, certainly in the politics course, don't like the student union. I'm not sure why that's happened this year or last year. This is the economics one as well. You see again, we generally perform much similar to most of the Russell Group institutions. So the teaching is particularly well evaluated both for the economics and the politics. And the PPE and political economy, I don't have those figures, but they're pretty much similar to what there. When I was bored, one night I basically sat down and looked at all our assessments, and this is how it works. So across all our modules, 44% of assessments are essays, right? 30% are examinations. So the vast majority of the assessments that you will get across your degree program, if you come here, will be either essays or exams. Exams take place in January and then in May, and then there's a resit period in August. Essays just randomly appear, usually about reading week or the end of semester. There are 26% of our assessments are quote-unquote other. More often than not, that would be attendance and participation. So like 10% for attending the seminar and saying stuff, essentially. So we don't have a varied or diversified, really, form of assessment. It's really quite old school. There is academic support available. There is an academic literacy module, which is like about 100 very short videos. It's not credit bearing, so a lot of our students don't tend to use it. We also have office hours. Academics, 2 hours a week during semester will be available, or should be available in their office. Generally, it's not always used until you get to sort of the essay being due, and then 100 people appear and try to use that 1 hour. So there is academic support. We generally do have supportive teaching staff. As I say, they have their office hours available, and it's really up to the students to make use of those. I get the sense a lot of students are perhaps a bit intimidated at first, but most academics are normal people, just maybe a bit bookish. We do also have dedicated self-study academic literacy module, and the college as a whole has academic literacy courses that are available in terms of assessments. You have pastoral support. Each student has a personal tutor this is a member of staff that acts as a point of contact, and in theory you should have the same personal tutor for the 3 years that you're there. The system is there to give academic guidance, give sort of pastoral support, and as well probably write a reference letter at the end. There are program directors, so for each of our module programs, so political economy, PPE, politics, and economics, we have a program director. So this is a nominated member of staff that is responsible for the program as a whole. We also have a senior tutor in the department, and they oversee the personal tutoring system, and they're also there for support. We also have dedicated program officers, so these are administrative professional services people that you'll probably be in contact with about kind of the administration of the course. This is a National Student Survey for political economy as a whole. So these are the figures. I guess if you're going to LSE and UCL and you're going to these talks, they're probably not going to give you this information, so keep that in mind. But I did check with our kind of lead, and I was allowed to show you this information. You can see where, again, we rank pretty well. Teaching on my course, learning resources, freedom of expression, and academic support. Again, Students' Union, I'm not too sure why our students don't like the Student Union, maybe. Do that in Q&A. Opportunities, right? When you come to university, it's not just the learning, and it's not just the certificate at the end, right? It's a massive commitment in terms of time, 3 years. It's also massive commitment in terms of finance as well. You know, if you're a domestic student, 9,000. If you're international, I don't know, what is it, 37? Something like that now. So it's a lot of money. It's not just the learning. There's a lot going on in the university, a lot that you probably won't know about, and somebody probably won't tell you about. But all that information is there, and you need to kind of, if you make use of it, you can make sure your experience is great for 3 years. So the first thing is study abroad. I would imagine most universities will have this. Now, essentially, you do a full semester, a full year abroad if you decide to do this. This takes place after your first year, and you need to have 60% in terms of your scores. You generally apply, and you pick maybe one or, I think, 2 or 3 institutions. Generally, if you apply and you get the 60%, you will get to go on and study abroad, but you might not get your first choice, effectively. But these are our partner institutions. So we've got Sciences Po, we've got Hong Kong, Singapore, and a couple in the United States as well. It used to be the case that you just did one semester, the second semester abroad, but now it's the full year. And this is really quite a kind of exciting thing to do. You know, you get to go abroad, you get to make friends abroad, networks, these kind of things. We also have a number of societies, right? And this is a really good way to kind of make lasting sort of friendships, build networks that will help you as you move forward from King's. And you can see the ones that are kind of aligned with the Department of Political Economy. We have the Politics Society, which was kind of dead for a couple of years, but has come back to life, and it's really quite exciting. They have podcasts, they have buddy schemes, so that's kind of creating that intergenerational learning, and they have guest speakers. I would point out King's Think Tank as well. So this is a kind of student-run think tank where people can sort of create content and create portfolios of their written work, which again will help with things moving forward once you sort of graduate. We also have PPE, political economy and economics and finance. So there are societies that are really aligned with the department that are run from the Students' Union. There are all sorts of other opportunities going on. We have policy pitches. So these are competitions where students submit policy pitches, and these are ranked by or graded by academics. Prizes are available, and prestige is obviously there as well. We have a civic challenge as well, which you can get on your sort of transcript, but it's not credit bearing. We also have across at the top, or my top left, kind of board games created by King's alumni. Once you are a student here, you obviously maintain that kind of relationship with the university once you've kind of graduated. And I think last week, if I remember right, there was the first cohort that graduated in 2013 came back for a sort of special dinner. So you are kind of connected to the college, even though, or connected to the department, I should say, even though you've kind of graduated. There's all sorts of opportunities going on. We have as well SPE, so that's School of Politics and Economics. Universities are massive bureaucracies, I'm not going to lie to you. There's a department, so Department of Political Economy. There's then a school, which is the School of Politics and Economics, so that's DPE and European and International Studies. And then there's a faculty as well, so the faculty is Social Science and Public Policy. So there's layers of bureaucracy, but we have a School of Politics celebration evening every year now, where students and staff are awarded and recognised for their contributions to the community. Employability. You are going to be investing a lot, whether you come here or whether you go to another university, and you want a return on that investment. This is roughly where our graduates end up. So we've got government, finance, because it's political economy. A lot of people do masters now. You're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. Employers increasingly use a master's as a way to adjudicate between different applicants, but on the other hand, the universities just use this to suck more money out of you. It's about £30,000 for a master's, and there isn't a lot of finance. Investment opportunities, again, because it's political economy, a lot of our students end up in these kind of things. Analysts, business, more masters, government, more masters, Bank of England, research, because those are the skills you have, reporting, and PR. The thing with our degrees, specifically PPE, Politics and Political Economy, is they're really quite broad, right? You don't really close anything off. On the one hand, that can be a bit scary because there's not a predefined career path. It's not like you're doing law or medicine where you know exactly where you're going after, right? With politics, PPE, and political economy, it's kind of open. But that can be liberating as well, right? You've got a sort of very open career path. On top of that, I think quite a lot of people do conversions to law following this. This is our employability statistics. We are at the bottom, and you can see I'm not 100% certain as to what the time frame is. It's probably within a year, but 96% are in highly skilled work. Political economy. This is 41% of our people have surveyed. Full-time employment, 53%. Further studies, 20%. That would be masters. I would assume that number will increasingly go upwards. So we do have very high employability in terms of once you've finished here. I'm going to close by talking about the college. The National Student Survey Lead did not allow me to put up the comments that students gave for some reason. They were perfectly acceptable, But this is the type of thing that our students kind of mentioned at the end, what we do well, right? Support, academic support, resources that we have available. We have a dedicated Moodle, we call it Keeks. The college probably paid a couple of million for that specific name. But all your information, all your resources are available on those pages. Probably the best thing, and possibly the worst thing, about this college is London. Right? There's so much going on in London. On the other hand, you'll notice we don't really have a campus. You're sitting on the Strand, right? When I came to this job, the day before I interviewed here, which was about 8 years ago now, I interviewed at Warwick. Warwick's got an amazing campus, right? Lots of green fields, lots of stuff going on, and it's basically you're kind of enclosed with the students. But you're essentially in Coventry, right? If you come here, you're in London, and there's always something going on in London, but there's no campus, essentially. You're kind of slap bang in the middle. Newsletters. One thing you'll notice is that you get like thousands of emails, and you just do not have the time to read them all. But if you can, maybe put them on what I do is I kind of put them in a folder and read them on a Sunday over my breakfast. But this is how we communicate with our students. And all the opportunities that are available, and there are a lot of opportunities, are going to be on those newsletters. But you need to keep yourself informed, because there's not going to be somebody standing above you telling you. Although as program director, I send out a weekly email. I'm not sure everybody reads it though. Experience, right? University is going to be a really great experience for you, right? Whether you come here or whether you go elsewhere, I would imagine that the teaching and learning is pretty much going to be similar across the sector. But the experience is the main thing. You've got 3 years where you're basically learning how to be an adult, for want of a better word. So it's not just the teaching and learning, right? It's not just the degree at the end of the day, it's the experience. I would imagine, given that we are in London, and given that there's so much going on, the experience is really quite exciting here. Societies, again, if you're coming to a university, make sure you extract as much as possible from it, right? Don't just think about your grades, think about joining the societies and networking, because networking, again, will help you moving forward once you've graduated. I get the sense that most jobs, or a lot of jobs, are probably word of mouth, who you know. So if you can build your networks, and we have academics that are tapped in. Peter John's the head of the school, right? He's literally famous in Westminster. He does this nudge thing, which is basically government policy, or was at one point, nudging citizens into doing what they should be doing. We also have Martin Moore, who is well known in sort of media circles. So your academics as well are helpful in terms of building that network for you. Again, this QR code, if you want to ask any questions online, and as I'm training it back to the mountains tonight, I will answer them for you. That is my talk. What I'm going to do now is kind of 10 minutes, take some questions. We will all go back to the exchange after as well. So if you do have any questions, or you want to come and speak to me or the student volunteers, please do so. But yeah, if we've got any questions, hands up. So the personal, the importance of the personal statement, it's obviously UCAS, right? So the candidates would apply, I think, for like 5 courses, if I remember right. how much does it play? I think first and foremost, they're probably looking at grades. That would be how they would make their judgments. The personal statement, obviously it's not going to be read by academics. It's not going to be read, it would be general administrators. I think what you basically need to do with the personal statement is explain why you want to do that course, what draws you to that course, and how your past academic career up to date prepares you for that course. And possibly what you want to do with that degree once you've graduated. And if you cover those bases, I think you're covering everything you need to do. How seriously they're read. I remember reading a Guardian article once, and it was mainly about master's applications. So master's applications are read by the college, effectively, right? And it said that personal statements are read for about a minute because they get thousands of applicants and there's a small number. And I would imagine that probably works with UCAS as well. I think potentially students probably put or stress too much about the personal statement. I think if you can cover what I said to cover, that would be sufficient. Anybody, can you remember filling in your UCAS form?
I think one thing, advice on the show that you had an interest in the subject outside of like your academics. So if you like read a book that really interested you and made you want to like pursue that as a degree, that was something I did in my personal statement because of the advice that I got from some of the things. And it shows that you take an initiative to engage with material outside of college.
Any other questions? One at the back. We might need to get the mic. It's not working. Okay, you might need to shout. So the distinction between BA and BSc, no. Everybody starts on the BA pathway and then they declare in second year. You have to fill in a Microsoft Teams form, if I remember right. But in second year, when you're selecting your modules, if you're doing the BSc route, you need to pick the compulsory modules for that route. So with the BSc, there's 3 compulsory modules in second year. With the BA, there's 1 compulsory module. In terms of the distinction, I get the sense that people don't really care out with the university, whether it's BA or BSc, right? Because the people that care about the science part in terms of employers don't really think politics can be a science, right? You will get more practical skills by doing the BSc pathway, but I don't think the distinction is necessarily all that clear. I've got one here and then we'll come to it. So, we have about 1,600 students, about 450 come in every year. We would be interviewing all year, so we don't do interviews. I think that's probably similar across most Russell Group. I think Oxford and Cambridge probably still do interviews, but they're kind of snobbish. In terms of links to Parliament, yes, we have. Again, Peter John, he works in Parliament. We have Jonathan Portes, he was a former civil servant. We have not within our department, it used to be in our department and then they left, but they'll probably have to come back because they can't really attract any students. But we have the Policy Institute, so like there's all sorts of events going on, and they inform government policy. So it's if I remember right, it was Bobby Duffy, Jonathan Davis, Ed Balls is in there as well. It tends to be people from the sort of New Labour era, which might be coming back, so we might have more connections. If you did the British politics module, which Peter John runs, you all get to go to Westminster. Did anybody do that? You did it? Was that fun? Super fun. Right. So yes, there's connections with Westminster. Again, perhaps not in terms of your specific teaching in the department, but within the sort of school, all the events that are going on, yeah, we have a lot of stuff that's open to you. Who does political economy?
Well, I did PBA.
You do quant methods.
Yeah, I did quant methods. There's all, like, so it basically teaches you about Stata, which is like programming language. And they guide you through it. There's not like a lot of like maths that like is a prerequisite for that course, because you're basically learning an entirely new like programming language, so they teach you everything that you learn in that. Like there's no maths that you have like prerequisites. It's more statistical than it is like mathematical.
Yeah, it's basically a computer program. You do exercises, and if you just fire in the numbers, the computer does the job for you. So you don't necessarily need to have math. I think if you do the BSc,
The BSc you will need to like you need prerequisite like you need mathematical knowledge because you do subjects like econometrics that are quite heavy on maths. But that's obviously a choice. And like if you enjoy maths, it's great. If you don't, then you don't have to take the BSc to take economics modules that are more theoretical.
so you do compulsory for political economy like micro, macro,
Yeah, and econometrics.
econometrics.
It's the same thing with
And they tend to be a bit more mathsy, if that's a word. So you do probably need to have a kind of requirement there. But as mentioned, it's kind of choice. And I don't think people really out of university care whether it's a BSc or a BA. First thing they look for is the score, and then when you do it, because Britain is hugely classist, if you've noticed. And King's is kind of, I don't know, I always say King's is the bottom of the top. Right? Probably goes Cambridge, Oxford, Imperial, LSE, UCL. Everybody else. We're there, sort of. We've got a hand up at the back.
lots of like universities use it for quant methods. Yes, yeah. Lots of jobs also ask for proficiency in it, so it's very
One more, and then we'll go back to the forum. I do all the international politics one. So there's a couple in the second year, issues in international politics, stuff about energy. In the third year, there's global governance, the UN, what else? Trade, international trade. Probably we don't have a significant amount of international politics modules, but there are a couple there. If you come to King's, each academic year you can take sort of 2 modules or 30 credits out with the department. It does, you have to do all the labour, so running around chasing this department and then the other department. But a lot of people end up going to do like modules at war studies, for instance. That's in our faculty. And if you've got the patience to deal with not just one department but 2 departments, you can do that. We do have international politics modules, but it's probably an area that we could increase our content. I think our time is running out. Kind of cycle through all the different department. We will go back to the exchange. I will be there. Fantastic student volunteers will be. I don't know why I keep calling them volunteers, but they are they will be there to answer any questions you have. Thank you very much.
If you're in the central auditorium, you can come out down here, and then it just sits on the side to the side.
This is the one that isn't working.
Thank you.
Well, I couldn't, unless it's user error, quite possible, but
No,
I couldn't turn it on.
It might have run out of battery because it's been used for quite a few hours. So I wouldn't be surprised.
Hello.
Is it too late to appeal a grade?
You can't appeal a grade until the grades are ratified, so published. And the board is on the 26th, and the college says it takes 90 days.
It's working now. Is it worth?
How did you, what did you do?
No, I swapped the battery, so
Oh,
that's what I was
fine.
saying.
Perfect.
It ran out of battery,
Oh, great.
simply.
So how do you turn it on and off? Because I'll turn it
Oh,
off
it's just
until I need
on,
it. It is
on
that
this
one.
button,
Yeah,
yeah,
fine.
that's it.
Fine.
I'll
I'll turn it off for now. And then
I mean, now it has 5 hours, so it will
Oh,
last for the rest of the day.
Great stuff.
But is it worth having a second one? Because I saw you had a lot of people here. And
Yeah,
I didn't realise.
I think, to be honest, the last two don't have student panels, so I think we
Right.
probably won't use it at all. But it just
Because
like
I asked King's Venues Hannah earlier if there were going to be any panels or if there were.
Yeah, I think
she
they
said
don't
no, but-
necessarily know.
Fair enough. You know, that's fair enough. Okay.
But no, I think the last two probably don't, so just one will be fine. But thank you very much for helping
no
us.
worries, of course. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, is that one right? They are using that. That's quite key. That one.
Yeah, of course. I'll swap it just in case.
Thank you very much.
Two.
Yeah, that counts as mine as well.
Oh, how many people did we have?
35 for one essay and 70.
Oh, excuse me. Hello. Sorry, I forgot your name. How many people did you?
Oh, I didn't have to count it, so it was not much. Karen. Oh, Karen. How many people? That's not fair. How many people? No worries. I feel like you can still. I've appealed it based on like I fainted in the exam. So I was like, I can't. I think I can sit the exam.
You can appeal or not. You need to explain why you took the assessment, even though you were sick.
So I thought, so I applied with evidence from my, like a note from my GP. I got an extension of the essay deadline, but the extension was.
That was me. Oh, excuse me, Keith.
yeah, it is now. That's good. That's better. Okay, I'll just give it a couple of minutes. Just we said we'll start at 3. It's 2 minutes to, so just give it a second. Okay, let's make a start then. So my name's Andrew McFall. I'm Director of Undergraduate Studies here. So basically I'm in charge of all, if it's your first degree you're doing here, a bachelor's degree, I'm in charge of those programs. What I'm going to do here, along with my colleague Leslie, is give you a feel for the programs that we offer here. Probably the thing I'd want to emphasize is I don't want this to feel like a sales pitch. So firstly, we don't struggle to fill the courses. Ultimately, what we want to do is get the students in the programs that best fit us. So ultimately, they have a positive 3 years with us. So I would liken this experience more to a shoe shop. Come here, try it on a little bit, get a feel for it before you buy. That's kind of sort of the mentality here. And we want you to decide is King's right for you. That's the purpose of this session and what we're doing else, the tours and so on. Okay. So just to give you a feel for, and it's very hard to do that in a session such as this, I guess what I'd like to emphasize is we try to be a very friendly institution to come to. Some business schools focus very much on being competitive. Sometimes they'll focus on your rankings, all this kind of stuff. We would put much more emphasis on you being collegial, being part of a community. We sort of see that as being very, very important, and that's kind of part of our ethos. In the business school. We also want to be the highest sort of excellence at both teaching and research. Some universities very good at research, not so good at teaching. Other universities very good at teaching, not so good at research. We're trying to excel at both. We are a very international cohort, amongst the most international of universities that you'll get. Why is that? Ultimately, it's a London effect more than anything. So London is amongst the, if not the most cosmopolitan city in the world. We have about 80 nationalities on our degree programs. Sitting in a classroom is like a UN meeting. You've got people literally from around the world in your class, and that's my favorite thing about working here at King's, and it's true of the faculty as well as the students. People are from around the world. So we bring that together into one place. What we're trying to do really with you in your 3 years is accelerate your success, so to speak. So what do I mean by that? It's all very well to give you a degree. That's kind of what universities do. But to be quite frank, having a first-class degree or 2-1 from an elite university, there's many of us. There's many universities that are roughly of a similar status and so on. What we're trying to do as a business school is help you get your dream jobs, so to speak. So yes, we'll hopefully give you our first or 2-1 or whatever. At the same time, We're trying to give you opportunities to build yourself, your profile. And that's why, Leslie will come on the stage very shortly and put a big emphasis on careers. Ultimately, a business school should be about business. And that's then how do we make you the future chief executive and partners and so on of the world. So we are amongst the highest ranking business schools. We're joint first, for example, under the Complete University Guide and so on. I'd put it where there's probably only 2 other universities that are as good as us when it comes to undergraduate degrees. We are triple accredited. This is sort of prestigious if you're familiar with the business school kind of sector. Effectively, these organizations accredit you. There's only about 5% of business schools get all 3, so you show that you're delivering on what you say you're delivering on. In terms of our programs, we have these 5 main programs. There is more. I won't put all of them on the presentation because it just takes too long. These are the ones that are delivered directly within the business school. So we do have other ones such as the BSc in economics that is half delivered by us. We do have other ones such as computer science and management and so on. But just to give you a taster of the programs delivered here, we have the business management degree. Now, this one here tries to give you the broadest perspective on business. It's worth emphasizing to be successful in business, you need to be multidisciplinary. It's all very well knowing finance, but if you can't work out how to sort of market your product or how to operationalize the business or how to finance it or so on, you're going to struggle. So that one gives you the most overview of business, gives you that taster and everything. Some people say it's a jack of all trades, master of none. We don't find that because you specialize. You choose what you're interested in. And that's true across all the programs. So within your degree, you tailor it to your interests. So you can do it quite broad if that's what you want to do. Let's say consultancy, it's useful sometimes to be very broad. But for other areas, you might choose to just do all your electives in the final year of finance electives. So this is true for all the degree programs. You can more or less tailor your degree to your interests. You can, if you want to see it major in another discipline outside of whatever the title of the degree says. The accounting and finance degree pretty much is what it says on the title. You study in accounting and finance, but you can specialize more in one or the other. So you can make it much more of finance with a bit of accounting, or you can make it very accounting with a bit of finance. You can, as I say, take a lot of the modules that are available to the economics students. You can imagine you can do a lot of micro, macro, game theory, so on. This is true across our programs. You can mix and match. So of course, the titles only really show that you've had a dominance in these areas, if that makes sense, that you've had to take a certain number of modules to call it an economics and management module, for example. But you can mix and match. The economics and management degree, how is that different to your traditional economics degrees? Traditional economics degrees largely developed for policymakers. Particularly around the start of the 20th century, there's a real need for people to advise on things like interest rates and inflation and so on. And economics degrees developed in part to satisfy that need. Over time, we still need the policy-making aspect. We want to make it applied to business as well. And we need economists in business. That's really what an economics and management degree does. So you understand what's going on in the world from an economics point of view, but also understand how we can apply that to asset management or whatever it might be that you're potentially interested in. What's the international management degree? It's worth emphasizing that all business is global business, small or large, but obviously we talk about multinationals. To be successful in business, to access the world and its various markets, you need to understand not only business, so marketing and strategy and finance and so on, but the world is a complex place, and we may or may not get some protesters come in later. No, ultimately, you need to understand what's going on in the world and how you can mitigate some of those risks, but also take advantage of the opportunities that the global markets and global events provide. We then have the management and monolanguage degrees, where you basically combine management with a specialism in a language, understanding the country both in terms of its language. You go and spend a year studying there, or working there. At the same time, you're taking your management modules alongside, learning the language, understanding the culture, the political systems, and so on. And with that, you have Portuguese, Spanish, German, and French. Okay? Hopefully that gives you a bit of a taster of the programs. We also have a new program which is coming online, so you can apply for it in the upcoming UCAS, but it will be His first intake will be 25, 26, called Data Analytics for Business and Finance. This is basically in recognition of how the world's changing, particularly along the lines of AI, artificial intelligence. So what we're doing, we've created a degree based upon the advice we're getting from business leaders, particularly those at things like McKinsey, PwC, and so on, which is there's a need for people who are business orientated, who understand computer science and data as well. So the complaint coming from business is people right now, generally speaking, are broken into the different groups, and they're not very good at collecting all the dots together. So you're great at data, but you don't understand business, or you're great at computer science, but you don't understand business. So, for example, one of the people in our advisory committee who's at Meta, he's saying, in his team, he's got a bunch of computer scientists. They love solving problems, but none of them have a mindset of how to actually monetize this and make money on it. So, they'll happily code all day long with no reason thinking behind, well, where's the money? How is that generating value for the business? So what we're wanting to do within this is create a program where you've got all three skill sets, if that makes sense. You've got to understand the business, you understand computer science, and so on. I should emphasize, as is the case with all other programs, you can mix and match. So if you've got your eye right now in economics and management or business management, you'll find many of these modules created for this program available on the other programs. So in a sense, there's cross-fertilization between programs. So you shouldn't worry too much if you think, actually, this is perhaps for me, but I'm also got my eye on this one. That's fine. You'll still have many of the modules available. They'll just have more modules, if that makes sense, because they have to take those modules where you might take a few in different disciplines. Okay, what I was saying now is true for all the programs, but I'm just going to mention it. The slides makes it more emphasis on the new program. So what we want to do is give you technical skills. This is true in any of the disciplines, accounting and finance, business, economics, and this new data analytics program. So the reason that we want very bright students is they're very, very good technically. So you can imagine in this data analytics program, we want to give you students who can do advanced statistics, not just doing your kind of bog standard regressions and so on, but they're using all sorts of more advanced techniques to manage data. At the same time, we want you creating algorithms and using machine learning and a range of other techniques which are cutting edge. And this requires you to be strong technically, if that makes sense, be able to code and things like that. We're also very keen that you actually can do this in the real world, because it's one thing to learn at a textbook, it's a different thing to do it in the real world. So, for example, in this program, which is also true of the accounting and finance, we have the Bloomberg terminals. So if you go upstairs, we have the Bloomberg terminals that you would a trader would be sitting in front of. The point being is we want you to be able to pull data, code it so the data is being pulled instantly, create algorithms so decisions can be made quickly, and so on. And we'll do this across our various programs. We want you to be multidisciplinary. As I say, we've got our advisory committee here, people from things like McKinsey, PwC, Meta, all the sort of top companies. And what they continuously tell us is they need their graduates to be multidisciplinary. Now, people still these days are too siloed. A business needs you to connect dots. Most of the opportunities lie in connecting whatever strategy to AI, or AI to healthcare, or healthcare to whatever. So the point being is that ability to be multidisciplinary is where most of the business opportunities lie. And again, that's why we would see in a business school where we can offer something beyond your classic degrees in whatever, in maths or whatever. Okay. We then also offer a year in industry. I'll talk more about this very shortly. But ultimately, as with the other programs, you can spend a year working at industry. So it's all very well to have learned about it. It's as or more valuable in some cases to have done it. So combining the technical knowledge alongside the experiential stuff, alongside skills that are multidisciplinary, alongside actually going out and doing it in the real world, is what's going to increase your chances of getting the top jobs, as I mentioned. That's what we see our role here as being and doing, as my colleague Leslie will talk more about. So just to give you a taster, one of the questions we often get is, what's it like to study here at King's? So a couple of things to mention on that. You have the first year. The first year's core. What we mean by that is you have to take all the modules that we tell you to take. There's no electives. Why is that? Because we're trying to give you the background, the foundational knowledge to be successful in that degree. To be quite frank, when you first come here, you don't yet know what you need to know, in a sense. Obviously, as you develop, you do, but when you first come, you don't know what you don't know. So we address that issue. We then, in a sense, also want to standardize. We have a very international cohort. As I mentioned, about 80 nationalities. You can imagine somebody who coming from Egypt might have a different background to Japan, to France, to wherever. So the point being is we want to ensure that everybody knows the key stuff they need to know to progress. So it's about, in a sense, making sure that you're set up for success, and so on. One of the questions I get quite a bit from parents is, how long do they spend in the classroom? It's roughly about 10 to 15 hours a week. Now, they might be thinking, why is it not 40? Best way to think about that is, if you spend, in your jobs, if you spend 40 hours a day, or 40 hours a week, sorry, in meetings, you're probably not getting any work done. You're just sitting, meeting, talking to people. You need time outside the classroom to actually get the assessments done, to get the apply for internships, do all the things that you need to do, upskill yourself and so on. We've actually found when we increased the number of modules, we used to have 6, actually we're seeing less people, in some cases, applying for jobs. We're seeing people being less successful in their assessments and so on. So there's a balance to be struck between classroom time and time outside the classroom. Okay, the second year, we're doing roughly, it differs per program, but roughly half your second year is going to be core. We tell you what you take. The other half you choose. And that's where you're starting to tailor your degree to your own interests. So for example, I could be doing economics and management, where I have to do things like micro and macro and econometrics, but I might make all my electives finance related because I want a job in investment banking, for example. Okay. We also offer the opportunity to spend one of the 2 terms abroad at another university. And because of the appeal of the King's brand, we're able to partner with other elite universities in the world. We have things like Wharton Business School, Bocconi, and so on, HKU, and a range of other elite institutions around the world, where you go and spend a term studying there. So the advantage of that is you get that on your CV alongside King's. You've got, let's say, Wharton Business School and King's Business School on your CV. But it's also a life experience. You're young, as all the parents will tell you in the room, it's what it would be again to be 18 or 19 or 20 again. Spending a sort of 3 months in Milan is a pretty cool experience, if nothing, alongside the CV benefits and so on. Okay. You then have the third year. By the third year, what we're very keen on is that you're being very multidisciplinary. As emphasized before, employers keep telling us multidisciplinary is what they need you to be able to do. So for example, we have a private equity module. It's very popular, taught by somebody who's a partner at a private equity fund. And he there gets you to kind of come up with an investment proposal. There you need to take your investments, or your strategy skills to say why we should buy this business. You need to take things like corporate governance to say, kind of look at the board and everything else, the compensation of the board, stuff like that. You need to be able to look at the finances from an accounting point of view, read the statements. You need to be able to value the company. You need to be able to consider how you're going to buy this company, how you're going to finance this, the kind of capital structure, so on. Even tax implications. So by the third year, you're really starting to use all your knowledge to sort of paint a picture, if that makes sense. So as examples of that, we have a consultancy project. You can take a module where you advise local businesses in London. So you take the skills that you've got. The idea is if you're interested particularly in consultancy, you're advising local businesses on how they might make more money effectively, or solve other problems that they might be facing. We have a capstone project. We have a real emphasis here at King's on how we can help be the people of the future to change the world. Environmental issues, a range of things going on in the world. We have modules set up to sort of how can we be change makers in the world. And then we have maybe our more traditional kind of projects, your dissertation, where you might sit down and research, whatever it is that you choose to research. For example, I had a student that was looking at financial well-being of entrepreneurs. It was basically sort of one of the things they were finding that payroll was the thing that most stresses out an entrepreneur, because ultimately you're having to make sure that you pay everybody each month, if you don't make payroll. So, yes, we've got a lot of research on cash flow and everything else, but they were saying making payroll was actually the thing that, kept the entrepreneur kind of up at night. And actually, that was a really interesting project that they did by speaking to our Entrepreneur Institute, which is next door. In terms of the year in industry, I get a lot of questions around year in industry. Basically, year industry is you can turn your degree from a 3-year degree to a 4-year degree. You do have to do this during the UCAS selection process. So you'll see you can basically choose. All the programs have the option of the 3-year version, the 4-year version. What's the advantage of a year in industry? It's worth considering, as I said before, coming out of King's or anywhere else, LSE or wherever, with a first-class degree won't guarantee you a job. What will help is a first-class degree and spending 9 months working at Google or wherever. The point being is these internships are a nice way to have something that differentiates you when you come out of your degree. That said, why would somebody do the 3-year version then, not the 4-year version? You can basically, in the internship, you can sort of truncate it into 3 months rather than 9 months. So you sort of, get the experience. Does having an internship with 9 months on your CV differentiate you more than 3 months? Debatable. But for example, my own personal experience of an internship was I did one a little bit in the cabinet office in Downing Street, and I found I was just too quiet in the meetings. And it took me a little while to grow into my internship I was doing. And I realized with hindsight, you needed to be, project yourself early to sort of shine. But it took me, I only started doing that towards the end of the internship. But some people can shine quite early, get confidence to do so. Others might be, I was sitting listening, waiting to kind of learn, then contributing to the meetings. With hindsight, you need to be quicker if you want the top jobs and so on. So I guess, your industry can be quite nice because you can grow into your position more so than you might be in your traditional internship. It's done in the summers. Okay. In terms of other aspects to mention, we do put a lot of emphasis here as well. As I said at the start, we aim to be a very friendly institution. We do give you a lot of sports. I think this is particularly important for the parents in the room too, that will appreciate this more than most, is that it's a huge transition coming to university. You're going from often being at home very supported to often being very independent for the first time in your life. And that's difficult for a range of reasons. People coming from around the world, that's homesickness. You're often budgeting for the first time financially, a range of issues. We support you in a range of different ways on those matters. We have, for example, an in-house doctor and so on in the wider university. But a key part of what we would see as a business school, alongside all the well-being and mental health and that kind of stuff, is, and this is what Leslie will talk to you in more detail about, is helping you progress. How do we turn you from being, if you like, an 18-year-old to somebody who's going to get the top jobs and hopefully be a future leader of a company? And that, in a sense, is helping you set goals, it's helping you prepare for assessments, it's helping you basically shine in your time here. So, in a sense, we put a lot of emphasis on that. There's huge amounts of work done in a range of different ways. Okay? As examples of this, and Leslie will go in much more detail about this very, very shortly, and this is the kind of things that we do to help you get the top jobs. So, for example, we have a coding boot camp. So, the world has gone digital for many years now, for the past few decades. Knowing how to code is a huge skill. This can be website development, this can be using Python, this can be using the various kind of coding that goes into statistical softwares. These skill sets are vital. We give you boot camps to help you on your way within that. We have 48-hour startups where if you're interested in starting a business, we give you a crash course where you basically within 48 hours come up with a business plan ready to be pitched. We have lots of finance and business simulations where you can practice trading and so on. We have the kind of presentation skills where we're helping you, in a sense, be able to pitch in various different ways. We have the Entrepreneurial Institute here where there's lots of startups where you can go and work closely with the startups. We have leadership courses where you can go off to places like South Africa and Belfast and a range of other places. So the point is your career is, side of things, is equally important as your academic studies. Yes, you need good grades. You want to come out with a good degree. That's kind of part and parcel. But to be quite frank, everybody should be doing that. The way to get the top jobs is, in a sense, to make yourself stand out, which is why my colleague Leslie will now go in more in detail how we support you on that journey as a business school.
Thanks, Andrew. So the clicker is now working. Cool. Let's go. No, I'd say I just use my big Canadian voice that I use to shout across the field at home to be heard. Hi everyone, I'm Leslie Parsons. I lead the undergraduate program for careers for the business school. I'm going to say the word careers very much for the rest of the presentation today. I like to think about personal growth and professional development, how we integrate that with career. So I use the word careers to give a little shows about 15 to 20% of students have a pretty clear idea about their direction. And it could be doing a startup, it could be going into consulting. But the vast majority of our undergraduate students come with a couple of vague ideas, but really nothing firm. And it's okay. What we're going to do is work with you through your degree, whether it's 3 or 4 years, to help you figure that out, kind of experience things, figure out what your strengths are, what your interests are, where you're going to fit best, and give you the opportunities to actually develop those experiences. So let's think about where students go from business school and undergraduates. Well, they typically go to places you think business school graduates would go. So they are going into accountancy, they're going to management consulting, they're going into the big four in audit and risk. They're increasingly going into technology. And as business and technology become almost like this, that's obviously a very growth area. This is kind of sector information, but what's kind of hidden behind that is there are definitely some roles now that are becoming a little bit more prominent. So we now have students who are going into be product managers or project managers or going into some particular niche areas, maybe going into talent development or leadership development or education or policy. So there are many, many ways that you can take your degree. And about 15 to maybe under 20% of our students go into marketing, comms, and PR. And marketing strategy and promoting businesses and promoting products is a really critical piece. And also your ability to work with technology and AI and digital skills is important in that area. So the other question I get is that, okay, what companies do they find? So there's a kind of comfort factor. Yes, they go to the top brand companies. They all come to things. The Big Four, for example, they come to campus regularly, and our students are going into those opportunities. I would also like to just say that 5 years ago, the top companies, maybe not the top companies. As technology changes, there are boutique firms, there are expert firms, there's fast growth organizations. There are opportunities all over the place. You might come in with an idea and a brand name in your mind. What we hope to do is kind of expose you to different changes in the labor market and the opportunities that are changing as new skills are being. So how do we go about doing this? As I said, we've organized our team into 2 areas. We know that the first thing is having confidence is really critical to doing, to taking any steps towards figuring out what you want to do. So we do work a lot within our professional development area to help you figure out what your personal brand is. So you're going to use some of your marketing skills that you're going to do in your degree to understand how does that apply my personal brand. What are my values? What am I interested in? What do I really want to accomplish? And also getting the confidence as well in terms of being able to engage with employers or with fellow students, talk about your needs, and start to take them forward. So we definitely work on that area. The second area is having that credibility. Gaining work experience, practically applying your skills is really critical. So what we need to do is to give you an opportunity to do that. I'm going to give you some examples of how we've embedded those into the program. So those are our 2 areas that we focus on. Now, in your degree, we're going to talk about things that you can do inside your degree and things that you can do alongside your degree. So within your degree, this is brand new. This is something that we've been developing over this past year in conjunction with my academic colleagues as well as professional development, and it's our business accelerator. And the goal here is in your first year to give you practical exposure to some of the really common areas and give you a job insight, actually do tasks that are related to what an early career person would do in that industry. So you can come out of that experience and go, I don't know that. Or, yes, maybe I might want to pursue that. We also want to develop some of your particular skills that we know are critical to be successful in things like in-person work experience, and start to build some of those interpersonal networking skills, being a little bit more confident in meeting people that you don't know for the first time, start to engage in conversation, ask questions, etc. So that is an additional credit module, and it will be available this year for this academic year for the first time. Now, Ben has already spoken about the year in industry. know that you will be paid for it. And we know that you're going to get a valid placement experience. And you get those placements visited during your placement as well. We have online events so you keep in touch with other students and don't lose your connection with teams. And we help you to reintegrate that into the in terms of our coaching, we have a number of experienced coaches. That's my background, executive leadership coaching. But we also have unlimited appointments. But we are also starting this year a series of peer coaching. So we have third and final 4-year students who are going to be available for drop-in and pop-up clinics, again, to help you give you that insight about what they would suggest things to keep a lookout for, because so much is happening in the first term. And this is something that we don't stop after your degree. You have access to all of our career resources 2 years after graduation. The other way of building your personal brand is actually getting out there and meeting people, meeting employers, meeting alumni, and have a really engaged alumni association. And they come in and do panel events with us. They help do fireside chats. We have the CEO of Citibank UK, Deutsche Bank UK is an alumni. She comes down and does a talk every year with her students, and also the Women in Business Society. So we have these events, and this is available for students to do alongside your degree. Tell us what you're interested in, and then you get notifications to tell you when those events are happening, and then we can also help you to dovetail that. Out of that event, what do I think? What I want to do? I'm going to do a super shout out for our King's Business School societies. We have some of the best societies in London. The King's Business Club is the longest established student-based business club in the UK. We have the fantastic Women in Business Club, King's Finance and Entrepreneurs, Consulting, 180 Consulting, you name it. We have startup clubs. If you're interested, there is a great student society. We work very closely with all the student societies to support them and the events that they put on. So going on to the things that we offer alongside your degree. I know that Andrew has also mentioned some of the different simulations that we do, like in finance or private equity, but we also provide nano internships. These are internships in about 4 weeks. So we partner with companies, we'll put a team together where you will work with another 3 or 4 students from both our postgraduate and our undergraduate programs, and we'll work with a real company on a real business problem, and we have them in consulting, finance, data, and marketing. So if you want to have maybe been to a couple of events, maybe join a club, and you think, okay, not ready for an internship, I might want to try one of these. So that is one of the things that you can do. It's included in the career offer, and we also have these other experiences. Now, experiences are one of the fundamental ways that we gain confidence and prepare ourselves for the world of work and world business, but there are also some particular skills that are, you will get the chance to practice them in your academic program, but we also do a number of workshops and training programs to help you build the skills that employers are telling us they worry about graduates coming in without these skills. So especially things around being able to communicate cross-culturally, and of course we have this wonderful diverse student group that helps with that. But we do courses, for example, workshops in team working and presentation skills, and also looking at some of the challenges of going into the workplace for the first time, building relationships with stakeholders at different levels of yourself, dealing with challenges. So that's also part of your professional development. And these are also mini courses and certifications as well. Now, that's inside your degree, alongside degree. And of course, a lot of students want to do external inside experiences or internships. And a lot of our students do those. But we're here to support you because they're highly competitive. So we have a whole offering, we call it the Competitive Edge offering. And that's really to help you with your applications. Make sure that you're job ready in your applications, you feel confident, and you know how to actually present yourself. And to practice this in a place where it's safe, and you can kind of get some feedback, and to I didn't want to send them up there in case it wasn't.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to deal with, to be honest with you. Probably should have, yeah, I'm realising I probably should have asked that to somebody in hindsight. Yeah, what else do you think? Of course, yeah.
and look at all the opportunities that King's offers them to get involved in leadership positions. How do you stand out on your CV? So there's lots of opportunities. It's just a question of which ones you take advantage of. And I think we've worked with you very throughout the time that you're with us to actually do that. So in terms of Leslie and her support she gives to students, it's about crafting your CV so you stand out. But also, you know, but not your CV stands out from your CV. So it's personal because no one wants to read a CV that looks as though it's been generated by IIL. So it's what you put in and what you've got out. It's demonstrating your skills and your understanding and how you can apply that. So that's what we're looking to do, is to have business-ready students.
To give you an example of the AI one, obviously you've got things in your CV, but we've got access to the previous team give it to students for free. There's a software which uses AI, which looks at who's been successful, their CV's been successful elsewhere, and then checks how, like, that CV is, your CV is to theirs and scores it. It's using AI technology based upon machine learning on the data on what applicants were successful in the past. So it can then score your CV relatively, so if you are kind of you've got 98 positions, like just got a job or whatever basically. So we've got these are external packages for things we buy, external proprietary products that we buy that access to them, give you the things like the internship. It's all very well to have the CV, but we don't have the stuff on the CV, so really cool. And then, as you say, it's like Leslie, it's the coaching side of it as well, because you've got the interview for people on Friday. How can we sort of prep you a little bit for that?
Ideally, you wouldn't be coming to us if you've got an interview on Friday. You would have been working with Leslie and the team throughout to be interview ready.
Given my son, see the feedback on your and the presentation, very enlightening, very insightful, and very useful indeed. And given my sort of time to graduate technical education, the US and LDS, found it very interesting, very well done on that. So
we're definitely, I think, LDS is on to gold standard. I think we're doing
it's amazing actually, and I was saying to you know, I did that as a postgraduate in Germany, my daughter is previously, so this was very insightful.
I'm obviously biased over here, but I think we are on to that undergraduate, we're still progressing at, and at this point, LDS and stuff are cornered the market a little bit.
Fantastic, and I'm looking sure that once the summer
possibly, yeah, I think if you email one of the team, sure, there's nothing on this slide. Oh, completely, yeah. So that's why we have it on the list as one of our, you see that's an in-house program, if that makes sense. We have a slight issue with perhaps some of our joint programs, almost for natural reasons, because they're actually with another faculty, so they're modules, you can see that. Yes, very much so. So I think the international management is slightly different to the languages. You get slightly more, I'll be honest with you, but there's still a lot to offer as startups and stuff like that. Yeah, but I think if you're still making your choices, the international management has slightly more access. Yeah, but there's still got a lot with the language ones as well. So yeah, it's just because the way it works with the faculties, effectively, you're half here, half another faculty, the language one, you're partly another faculty language one. The budget that we're then allocated is split across the faculty. You can imagine then the spend has to differ slightly because you're more here than there. You still get most of the same thing, not always the same thing. I say honors students will get, which is international management. So if you only make it slightly touches. So international management, I probably nudge you towards the other one, the language ones. But yeah, that's purely just based upon the experiential stuff. That's in part of the story as well. It's just, you can imagine all the extra stuff is expensive to run, in some cases it's 6 figures to get companies and groups and stuff, all that and so on. So that you have to match the revenue to the degree.
we're developing the mission requirements between business, international business, and the
go. I think they started with the most basic. Yeah, so there's no real. No, international management program, they're all nice programs. I really want to love to across all the programs. I really like the international management languages because there's maturity about them, particularly because they only spend a year abroad and come back again. There's something that I teach them the first year of master's students. There's maturity about them once they're away. You don't get questions if they went away. There's something about when it's part of the travel, it's part of the fact that you work somewhere for a year, when you come back, you know, the sun misses one way kids in Bangladesh, you know, feels like that. The fabulous atmosphere is looking for kind of thing, doing that, and it's also the internships that realise you won't get these mistakes. It's the first time you're often a bit more doing this, you know, why do you think it's very shut or whatever? It's not our job to give this to you, it's our job to help you on your journey, but you need to make it happen. The international management to know that more than the other programs unless it doesn't really matter.
The ravishing of work experience, you know, from the three programs. So you have to choose what you want for your program to start. So that would be true for the business.
So all programs offer the year business training,
Including the language.
Sorry?
Including the language.
Yes, yeah. So no, I think it is. Double check this. I'm not impressed myself because my memory of it is that now you probably the website needs to be wrong. I'm 80% sure to say the international management and the language ones are 4 years. There's no theatre version of it. Yeah, my memory of it. And I was impressed myself. It's so because of that, with those programs, I think you get the choice sometimes to study and work. There's most to do the work. Okay, so you're sort of doing year to year wrong. So that's the only bit. Like, and it's that one is baked in already, whereas the other ones you can choose in the 3-year and the 4-year versions because they just. My memory of it is pretty check that or ask, you know, somebody like Karen would know check and I go on that exercise stuff. I don't get as involved in the things that sort of just the logic of the institution just because I like to that. Too much differentiation across most professions. Most people it's roughly the same breakdown of things like investment banking, consulting, retail, I think that reflects partly the UK system. It's not so much what you study, but where you study that seems to decide jobs. So it's very very correlation. You know, you have to then to get jobs. But we are very much so. We're quite consistent in that sense. And I think that's why there's too much differentiation. Senior and the way it works, we have nothing really institutions with a bit of direction and the whole bit of stuff.
And on this case, would you say more to do masters as opposed to just going EY?
It's roughly half and half. Are you great presentation. We emphasize with the masters tends to be much more a regional thing. There's a couple of reasons why people do masters. One of them is that needs someone to put the right slides up. For example, I like German, you know,
just finished this one. Yeah, this one's like should have finished. Let me go and grab some of those red slides up. Brilliant. Good. It's great. See people. It's been really busy. People are engaging. It's much better. Oh yeah,
I quite enjoyed it because it's the one opportunity I have during the year to chat to people. I enjoyed going out and I'm Karen Dugway and I've been business skills.
It's me. Now I find someone who's had techniques. It's all been set up for me in the other three. It's on for me somewhere.
So in a sense,
loading properly. I don't know why this is, because neither of them are. I think, was it this morning you had the same issue?
No, it's all set up for me this morning. The only issue I had was in the Arthur and Paula.
Well, this is strange because this is the same deck we used this morning. So let's just shut everything else down.
Yes, they've also done something on the shut that's the business
Because,
school one.
yeah, the this is, yeah, we've got
There's
one
the
for
4 o'clock one.
yeah, but neither of them seem to be
Not
loading
loading.
properly. They seem to be like almost like like this.
It's not loading, is it? Something's corrupted it.
And it's this, and I just tried this morning's one, and it's the same. They'll come over straight away. Student ambassador's coming with it on a USB stick. Aha. There we go. There we go. There we go. So hopefully the video will work as well.
Hopefully the video will work.
But let's get the student ambassador comes with the USB stick, then we've got a backup at least.
Very good. Is the mic on? Yeah. Oops.
I'm just going to stay here in case we have any issues.
We will start promptly at 4. I'll just give it 2 more minutes. Can I just check at the back? Can you hear me at the back okay? Brilliant, thank you. I'll start promptly at 4. Why don't we start? It's always a bit strange welcoming colleagues to King's late in the afternoon. So first of all, thank you for turning up for this session, as well as thank you for coming to King's. I realise I'm competing with the Euros, and if we go on too long, I'll be competing with Taylor Swift, and there is no competition there. So thank you. Welcome to the King's College London Arts and Sciences Undergraduate Open Day. Welcome to the Strand campus. Just quick couple of safety announcements. There are no fire drills planned for today. If you hear the alarm, please exit through the doors at the bottom or the doors at the top of the auditorium and just follow the signs
out of the building and out of the campus. If you have any accessibility issues, please let us know if you've not already done so. So I think that's it by way of health and safety notices. Let's get going. Look, welcome again. My name's Steve Large. I'm one of 3 senior vice presidents at King's. I'm responsible for operations. I'm also a member of King's Council and a fellow of the college. Look, during the next 30 minutes, we'll be introducing you to King's. Hopefully, you've already had a chance to have a good look around and already had a chance to talk to a good number of colleagues. But if you haven't got all the information you need from today, let us know and we can respond after today by following up through email or other channels, and we'll also hopefully cover, importantly, what it's like to be an undergraduate student at King's. Before we do, I'm just going to play a short video from our Vice-Chancellor, Professor Kshitij Kapoor. Kshitij very much wanted to be here. Unfortunately, he's on other college business that prevented him from attending today. I know he loves coming to open days. He's a very visible and present Vice-Chancellor. If you join King's, you will see him walking around the Strand all of the time. So if you do join, do stop Kshitij when you see him walking around. He loves talking to all members of the King's community.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our Arts and Sciences Open Day at Strand Campus. During the next 30 minutes, my colleagues will introduce you to King's, taking you through our range of courses and our ongoing research and what to expect as a King's undergraduate student. King's College London is one of England's oldest and most prestigious universities, founded by King George IV and the Duke of Wellington in 1829. Since our foundation, what has defined and distinguished King's is its ethos of using knowledge with a sense of purpose. We're not just about knowledge for knowledge's sake. We firmly believe that knowledge is a force for good, and it is our job to show you how we can use it to make the world a better place. And we invite you to be a part of this adventure. At King's, we strive for every student to achieve their potential, enabled by world-class, research-enhanced teaching. We support our students in becoming rounded critical thinkers with the character and wisdom to make a difference in the world around them. Our ethos is of knowledge with a purpose, and that means that learning at King's is not just about lectures and exams, but it's about engaging with the larger world around you. Our task is not just to give you a degree. Our job is to help you find your purpose and your passion, to help you form friendships that will last a lifetime, and to help you explore the world beyond the classroom. Whether that's getting involved in student societies, whether it's carrying out research in the labs or in field work, whether it's starting your own entrepreneurial journey through our Entrepreneurship Institute, whether it's volunteering with local charities or community groups, or discovering your leadership potential through our Civic Leadership Academy. Thousands of students, just like you, have come to King's and found their future, from reformers like the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu, to distinguished scientists like Professor Dame Nancy Rothwell, from poets like John Keats to Olympians like Dina Asher-Smith. I hope that you too will follow their paths. Our community of communities at King's is proudly international and cosmopolitan, with nearly 40% of our students and academic staff coming from all different parts of the world. Like London itself, King's is a global melting pot of minds and talent. I hope you find your visit to King's inspirational and insightful, and I encourage you to make the most of your open day by speaking to as many people as possible, from your future tutors in the subject hubs to the current students who are ready to take you out on a tour, and don't miss the baristas serving you your coffee at one of our cafes. We have a multitude of different talks to attend, which you can browse using your Open Day app. Please don't say goodbye without having all of your questions answered. And don't forget to take some time to explore the City of London that's right on our doorstep. Thank you, and enjoy your time exploring King's.
So let me just start by telling you a little bit more about King's and our location. King's was established in 1829. King's is the 4th oldest university in England, the largest European centre for graduate medical teaching and biomedical research, and home to the oldest nursing school in the world, the Florence Nightingale School of Nursing, Midwifery and Palliative Care. King's is a large and diverse community of over 40,000 students, including more than 26,000 undergraduates. As Kshitij just said, we are proudly international and cosmopolitan. We reflect our place in London, we reflect our place in the world. Over 40% of students and academic staff come from overseas. Our 5 campuses are in the very heart of London, which has been rated the #1 student city in the world for the last 5 years. Today, you're with us at our Strand and Bush House campuses, which are #1 and 2 on the map. We're just on the north side of the Thames, north of Waterloo and Waterloo Bridge. This campus is home to our humanities and social sciences, some of our sciences, our business and law faculties, including subjects like physics, religion, music, and many more. The Strand campus is also home to our King's Language Centre, where you can learn a language alongside your studies, and we always encourage all of our students to take full advantage of all the extracurricular opportunities to participate whilst doing your studies at King's. Our second major campus is the Guy's campus, number 16 on the map, quite literally in the shadow of the Shard and London Bridge. Here, many of our health and life science students are based for their classes. Depending on your course of interest, you may also study at St Thomas's campus, which is number 15 on the map, which is in walking distance of the South Bank. It's also just over the river from the Palace of Westminster, so a short walk over Westminster Bridge. Or our Waterloo campus, which is number 10 on the map, which is a short walk from here on the Strand. You may have already gone over to Waterloo today to visit one of our residences, but if not, I encourage you to do so. We also have a campus at Denmark Hill, the little picture in the corner on the right-hand side, which is home for our psychology, psychiatry, and neuroscience degrees, mostly at postgraduate level, which is slightly further south and based in Camberwell, but still extremely accessible and easy to get to. By being a city university, centrally located, you'll have the opportunity to discover all that London has to offer, both for your academic career progression, as well as the excitement of the extracurricular opportunities London has to offer. And whatever campus is your main campus of study, if you're a student at King's, we do try to rotate you around the campuses so that you get to experience everything that King's has to offer. Let me put these all on one go. So why choose King's? At King's, we strive for every student to achieve their potential, enabled by world-class research-enhanced teaching across every course. Having recently been ranked 6th in the UK for graduate employability in the Times Higher Education Rankings, a degree from King's will prepare you for successful careers in competitive job markets. Graduates from our health and life sciences courses, for example, have embarked on careers within the NHS, across the pharmaceutical industries with companies like AstraZeneca. They've worked in research institutes at home and abroad, but also in the cultural industries like the Science Museum here in London and into UK government and international organisations as well, like the United Nations. We support our students in becoming rounded critical thinkers with the character and wisdom to make a difference in the world around them. Through the highest quality disciplinary research and interdisciplinary collaborations, our students and staff develop insights and solutions to tackle the many and diverse challenges faced around the globe. I would also add that our location, which is very much at the centre of cultural London, legal London, we've got the law courts and inter courts right on our doorstep, and political and policy at London as well. Our location close to the Palace of Westminster creates a real vibrant community at King's. We get people passing through. King's has amazing convening power. So as well as your sort of academic lecturers, we get all sorts of visiting leaders coming through the university, meeting with students, giving talks and seminars as well. So there is a wide range of diverse activity and opportunities at King's. Let's talk about education. In today's competitive global market, we recognise you need more than a strong academic qualification to achieve your potential as a graduate. At King's, we're dedicated to ensuring our graduates are highly employable. We're among the best universities in the world for the employability of our students, ranked the 14th most targeted university by UK employers. We encourage independent, critical thinking and analysis. And rather than teaching you to pass exams, we assess you on skills that employers value, such as how to work as part of a team, creative problem solving and communications. Thanks to our long-established relationships with business and industry, we have relationships with graduate recruiters from major multinationals to SMEs, advertising job opportunities with us, attending our careers fairs, hosting workshops, and delivering online presentations. This provides our students with access to a range of career development opportunities during their time here and beyond. Our Careers and Employability Service provide guidance and support to all students, including advice on CVs and interview techniques, guidance on career options, skills development workshops, internships and part-time work support, and much, much more. Students also have the opportunity to boost their employability with the Entrepreneurship Institute. And we have a summer internship program here at King's funded by Santander. The part-time roles provide students with a chance to develop their entrepreneurial skills within sectors including sustainability, health tech and community tech, with roles ranging from marketing and communications through to business strategy, research and community engagement. We also have an annual sort of Dragon's Den type event for those who are particularly entrepreneurially minded. Students come in, they pitch their ideas, we select one, sometimes two, which we support and fund and help those students take their ideas to market. Research at King's. Research at King's continues to make a defining contribution to modern life in science, healthcare, education, social sciences, law and the humanities. Indeed, on this very campus, just over the road on our historic Strand campus, the famous photo 51 was taken by Rosalind Franklin, which captured the double helix structure and led to the discovery of DNA. King's is a member of the Russell Group, a collection of 24 research-intensive UK institutions. As part of the collective group, King's receives funding to pioneer research and discoveries, which informs the most up-to-date case studies in our teaching. A King's education is based on research-enhanced learning. We achieve this in two ways. Firstly, your teachers are also our researchers, bringing the latest knowledge into the curriculum. Secondly, our students carry out independent research throughout their studies. Our research is connected with real-world issues, and this is made explicit to learners through what and how we educate. A more recent example of our cutting-edge research includes our work on understanding human behaviour in times of crisis. Over the past decade, King's researchers have been informing the UK government and local authorities in developing policy and contingency plans to prepare the country in handling major national incidents and emergencies, such as flooding, terrorism and disease outbreaks. The Health Protection Research Unit in Emergency Preparedness and Response was set up at King's to increase our understanding of how people react in a crisis. Through its work, the unit has informed national contingency planning, effective public communication, and the incorporation of mental health impacts. King's researchers have become go-to advisors for when such events occur. Serving society. Alongside the world-class teaching and research, at King's our aim is to make the world a better place through our community of staff, students and alumni. King's has been ranked 5th in the UK and Europe and top 25 in the world by Times Higher Education for our social, environmental and economic impact, which is demonstrated through many initiatives across our community, such as our Sanctuary programme. Our university was particularly recognised for our work with local, national and international partners. For example, King's College London established the Sanctuary programme to work with refugees globally. This is a college-wide initiative in which students play an important role. Additionally, it forms part of our international action and contribution to Vision 2029 of working in service to society. We have our student cultural champions, a network of students from across King's who inspire, challenge and support King's cultural activities, ensuring they effectively serve student needs. Student cultural champions from across the university's campuses work to generate new ideas and to give feedback and advice on King's programme of cultural events, activities and initiatives. We have KCL on the Streets from the King's College London Students' Union. The KCL on the Streets Society was an initiative founded by students to extend a helping hand to the homeless community in London, providing essential care and support to the most vulnerable in our local areas. And finally, the Civic Leadership Academy. Open to all second-year undergraduate students, our Civic Leadership Academy is a funded 9-month leadership development programme, offering you the opportunity to work with community organisations to address some of London's complex social issues, from mental health to education, poverty and homelessness. The programme offers a unique opportunity, combining hands-on experience and classroom learning to support you in becoming a highly employable, civically minded and engaged citizen, skilled in creating positive change within society. Connecting beyond. As a student at King's, not only is London your classroom, but the world is too. King's connects you with people, organisations and leading employers across the globe, from government, business and industry to charities, sport and culture. We hold connections with leading organisations, including Unilever, KPMG, Deloitte, BP, as well as local London organisations such as the National Theatre and Shakespeare's Globe. Plus, of course, a multitude of NHS Foundation trusts. Many of our students do placement years in another country, study years or semesters abroad, international field trips and excursions with student union societies. Some of this will, of course, depend on the subject you choose to study. Our partner universities are based all over the world, from Hong Kong University to the University of California, from Korea University to Georgetown University. You can speak to our study abroad representatives in our student experience fair for more advice today. With a global alumni network of more than 194,000, you'll also have the opportunity to network with King's alumni in London to advance your career while studying here. Amongst our alumni and staff, we include 13 Nobel laureates, heads of states, Oscar winners, Grammy winners, Emmy winners, Olympic athletes, Olympic rowers. So there really is no limit when it comes to fulfilling your career aspirations. Beyond the classroom. If you choose King's, we want you to have a great time while you're here. You're automatically made a member of our Students' Union when you enrol. KCLSU is run by students for students and is one of the oldest unions in the country. KCLSU is where you will make friends through joining student groups and sports clubs such as football, rugby, cricket, netball, tennis, dance, or even our Coffee Appreciation Society. Our times have changed. And meeting new people across the university by moving around the campuses at the various events in our cafes and in our bars. Our events will help you make the most of London nightlife as well and find time to enjoy London's many cultural attractions. King's will work with you to make the world a better place, be that by changing KCLSU, the university or wider society. The Students' Union is led by elected student officers who work to unite student communities with the relevant decision makers to ensure student wants and needs are met and that all our communities have a say. King's Sport and Wellness delivers a range of opportunities for students to get involved in sport and physical activity, engaging with over 15,000 students across its various programmes every year. We run social sports sessions through our Be Active programme, all the way to supporting top performing athletes through our university sports scholarships. Finally, our range of student services offer practical and professional advice and guidance to support you before, during and after your time at King's. These include counselling and mental health support, disability support and inclusion, money and housing advice, visa and international student support, well-being and welfare advice. These services complement the support provided to you within your academic faculty, which are always an important source of advice about your course and studies. We have facilities at all campuses, including our hubs, desks, study and social space. Student groups can also use our rooms and spaces for their events and activities. You can speak to representatives from our student services today in the pink zone. You're also welcome to take a guided tour of our nearby gym. You may have already had an opportunity. We have a great gym here on the Strand. We have a great gym at Guy's and a great gym at Waterloo as well, and a number of smaller hotel-like gyms in a number of our student residences. Check the brochure, and if you've not had a chance, do pop in and have a look, particularly at the Strand one as you're here today. So put all those up in one go. Whilst you may be at the beginning of your journey, thousands of students just like you have come through King's and found their future careers. Shittage has already referred to some of our more distinguished alumni, such as Archbishop Desmond Tutu, Professor Dame Nancy Rothwell, John Keats, and Olympians like Dina Asher-Smith. Well, here we've got some more recent graduates of the university. So we have Hamza Tayazala, who graduated with an MSc in Global Affairs in 2022. He was selected as the Right Worshipful, the Lord Mayor of Westminster in 22-23. Elected to Westminster City Council as Westminster City Councillor 4 years ago, he became its youngest ever member and the youngest Lord Mayor of Westminster, and the first Muslim Mayor of the city. We have Dr. Renata Micha, who graduated in 2008 after completing her nutrition PhD at King's. She is internationally recognised for her innovative work in nutrition and health, making her one of the top 1% most cited researchers in the world in 2022. Her research has informed major national and international guidelines and inspired the implementation of food and nutrition policies to address diet-related diseases worldwide. The King's community also comprises world-renowned academics who are leaders in their field, such as Professor Tim Spector, Professor of Genetic Epidemiology at King's, who study via the Zoe COVID system app, help shape health policy and tracked disease hotspots throughout the pandemic. Indeed, many of you may have downloaded the Zoe app already. It gives you really interesting insights into your diet and nutrition. So whatever your passion or career aspirations, your time at King's will provide countless opportunities to make the most of life here. As an undergraduate student, boost your employability and set you up for success throughout your life. So, look, thank you very much for your time today, particularly for coming very late in the afternoon. Thank you for considering King's for your degree. Hopefully you've had time to explore the open day. If not, we're still open for a little bit longer today, or you can come to the September open day or one of our virtual open days as well. You may have seen some protest on campus today. Our protesters can sometimes be a little bit noisy. They're always passionate, but they're King's students and they are delightful young people, so please do take the time to talk to them if they engage with you. More importantly, talk to our academics at our subject talks and hubs. There's been lots running across today, the location of which you can find in the Open Day Guide, which you should have received at registration. And if you don't have one, although the sessions will be ending soon, please return to registration and see which sessions are still to follow. Most importantly, if you've not done so already, talk to our student ambassadors. So you'll see lots of students wearing red t-shirts. They will tell you what it's really like to be a student at King's. I can tell you what I think it's like. They will tell you what their real experience have been at King's. So please do take the time, talk to our student ambassadors. They're a fantastic source of information about King's and about London as well, if you're from outside the capital. If you've not done so already, visit our Student Experience Fair for advice. We've set up a new Parents, Carers and Supporters Network. You can also get your questions answered at our stand in the Student Experience Fair in the Great Hall, along with guidance about supporting your young person through the application process. So if you've not done so already, explore the campus, visit the accommodation, visit the gym, visit the facilities, attend the talks that are available today. Ultimately, we are here to help you and give you all the information you need about King's. So please don't sign out with having all your questions answered. And if we can't answer them today, let us know and we'll get in touch with you with a response. Otherwise, once again, thank you for your time. Thank you for considering King's. And I wish you every success in your university applications. Thank you.